jihadists. She's sympathizing with these freaking hurting jihadists. She's sympathizing with jihadists, period. These people who are coming to the Middle Belt aren't indigenous to the Middle Belt. Their ancestors aren't from the Middle Belt, and they're there illegally, right? They need to go back home to their little desert, right, and figure out what the fuck is going on in their home. They're not entitled. They're not entitled to the resources. Look at another jihadist, right, coming off his mic.
Oh my God!
Listen.
Whoa! That's Islamophobic.
No, it's not. It's not, brother. These people.
Get up, bro. Get up. He just knocked you out.
Let him
I understand. Listen, I am an expert. Listen, I am an expert on jihadi psychology, brother. You can't negotiate with these people. You can't rationalize with these people. These people are going to dehumify you just because you don't come from their religion, bro. The blood of a kuffar is halal to these jihadists, brother.
Ooh.
A kuffar is a non-Muslim. So these people want to kill and dominate and destroy you, bro. Do not trust these people. They are very, very wicked and evil spirit terrorists.
Oh my God.
I agree with everything he is saying. He's 100% right.
These people have to be stopped at all costs. You're not entitled to another. Listen, the reason tribalism even exists, she said it herself. You're not. She's from the middle. She's not even. She shouldn't even live in the Middle Belt. She needs to go back home. You're not from the Middle Belt. Your people aren't from the Middle Belt, right? So she thinks just like a jihadist, right? Because she's foreign to the Middle Belt. She's evil. Her people are from the southeast, not the fucking Middle Belt. So that's why she's sympathizing with these jihadists, because she moved there for resources. She moved there to take people's luscious greenery. She moved there for economic competition, just like she moved to Canada. She's taking resources across the board. Right? So these people need to be stopped. They need to be contained. The spread of this jihadist. Listen, these people lynched the innocent girl because they thought she offended their prophet. They stoned her on TV in 4K. And this is who Robo is sympathizing with. Right? You can't trust these people.
Wait, sorry, Luke. I just have a question for.
No,
man, they fighting. Watch out.
Wait, hold on, brother. Hold on.
Is he living in Nigeria?
Hey, hold on, real quick.
Hey, keep on your name, or I don't know. Are you living in this country?
Fuck, I can't mute you. All right, real quick. Let me tell you how the room operates. A lot of y'all new here. So this is an intellectual squabble. So when two people disagree, you let them have the back and forth. So Robo said something. Theo disagrees, so he's attacking her argument. He's attacking the point, not the person. And then I'm gonna allow her to respond, and then we'll get back to the queue. That's how the room operates. So everybody stay on mute. If somebody come off your mic while Robo and Theo is talking, you're getting pushed down, and we'll bring you back up after. We don't need no ad-lib in the chat. Thanks.
Mind you, right? She's saying, "Oh, you guys are inundated by Zionist propaganda." Listen, I don't need to fucking listen to a damn Jew to understand what you people are doing, bro. Right? You do this everywhere you go. This has nothing to do with Jewish people. This has nothing to do with Zionism. We don't even have to bring up white people, bro. We could just bring up the history of your kind and the people that you sympathize with, right? Everywhere these people go, there is terrorism. There is instability. You go to Libya, right? There's terrorism and slavery. You go to Mauritania, there's slavery, right? You go to fucking Somalia, there is terrorism, right? You go to fucking Yemen, there is terror. I said Libya earlier.
Parts of Europe terrorism. Also.
Right? You go to Europe, these people are bombing trains. Now, my pattern recognition is pattern recognitioning. Right? When I see something, I'm going to notice things. And when you start to notice things, they start to say, "Oh, you're Islamophobic, you're discriminating." Well, stop fucking killing people. Stop trying to take people's land. The world doesn't belong to you because Allah says so. That's just not real, brother, sister. Stop it. The Middle Belt belongs to the Middle Belt. The North belongs to the North, and Robo should go back home where she's from, which is not Canada. It's not the Middle Belt, but it's the Southeast, right? Go over there, and mind you, she's sitting on Abrahamic religions, which is a fair critique. Okay, if you want to critique Abrahamic religions, that's cool. But let's talk about your traditional religion, Robo, where a certain class of Igbo people are permanent slaves. You want to talk about this holier than thou Igbo religious traditionalist system? Let's talk about how you have permanent slaves in your traditional Igbo religion. You people are demonic. You people hate God. You people hate virtue.
He's talking about the Osu caste system in Igbo land.
And worst of all, you people have bad wigs, which means you can't be trusted. Because how do you look in the mirror and you see that wig leaning, or you see it pushed back and you think, hey, this looks okay?
Wait, that's 4C phobia. Wait, we don't allow 4C phobia. We don't allow 4C phobia in here. Thank you.
I landed my plane, brother. I don't trust these.
Okay, Robo, do you think? All right, one mic on Robo. She stayed on mute all time, so she's allowed to respond. Okay, Robo's on you.
Thank you. There's nothing to respond to because I underrated the gap between our intelligence. I thought I was just smarter than him, but I'm way smarter than him. You understand? Like, it's not something he can fathom. You get, it's a gap that even if he took a boat and he put that boat on full gear, the boat would never cover the ocean that exists between our intelligence. This is not an attack, by the way. And this is not an attack to you. This is just your reality. I'm just trying to explain it to you as best as you can understand. So I said the main issue that's causing this conflict is resources, and resources leads to conflict. You said, well, the Muslims are this, the Muslims are that. A lot of fabricated nonsense, which I expect from illiterates, you know. And I know that George W. Bush, is it that one? Whoever it was that repealed the educational system and said no student left behind, he is the reason you are where you are today, because they left you. In fact, I don't think you actually ever left the bus stop. In fact, I don't think you ever got to school. You understand? Like, they didn't just leave you behind. You never even arrived for you to be left behind. You get? That's why you did not get a single point from what I was explaining. And honestly, there's no point explaining it to you, because a fool at, you look old, your hairline is already receding. A fool at however old you are, you're never going to have sense. You're never going to have sense. So I will wait for other people that have something to say and something intelligent, and then I'll respond to them instead. Also, I'm from South. I'm not from the Southeast. I'm from Delta State. And Osus are outcasts, they are not slaves. And what you are talking about slavery is actually a very interesting topic, because when Osu started was when the white people were trying to force everybody into slave trade, and they were like, okay, let's go and take who looks the most vulnerable. And so they went to go and take the people that were considered outcasts. And the reason they were considered outcasts is because Osus have been dedicated to God, and you cannot touch God's property.
You are a liar.
I don't know why you're unmuting. I already told you, you're daft. You are genetically daft. Like, your issue is not something that can be solved by your own power alone. You get, like, your issue is, once you were born, it was over. And I understand, I pity you. You know, I pity you because you know, both my parents are very intelligent. You know, my mom did biochem, my dad did economics and statistics. You can't relate. I already know. I can.
You are a liar.
Don't worry. You don't need to focus about it. But I could just tell from when you put your PTR and your receding chin that it was never going to. You were never going to make it. This is not a personal attack, like Adrian. I'm so sorry.
Damn.
You make it too easy. You make it too easy. Don't feel attacked. Just know that who you are is not who you think you are. You get, like, you are actually worse than what you see in the mirror, and you need to deal with that first. And then when you're done dealing with that, pick up more books, because I feel like reading at least one book a month would have saved you from whatever nonsense you just opened your mouth to say. But unfortunately, that was not your reality, and that's why you came to where you are today. So I will wait for the more intelligent person to have a conversation with this. Okay?
Okay, no problem.
Look. Theo,
get the last response. Quick, and then we're gonna reset the room and pass up there.
Outside of these bad homonyms, right? These bad wig at homonyms, right? She lied, right? The reason, right? Let's talk about the real reason that the Osu people got free. What was it that was brought into Igbo society and civilization that put these people on an equal playing field? These people that you had permanently enslaved, these people that were punished, right? What made these people free? It was the great sorrows. You know what a sorrow is, Robo? I don't think you probably don't know your own history, right? The sorrows were returned slaves from America, right? People who came from Brazil, people who came from America, and they brought the beautiful religion. Black Americans, Black Brazilians, and even Europe people, right? These brought the beautiful religion of Christianity to Igbo land, right? And once they brought Christianity to Igbo land, right, it freed the sorrows from this permanent. It freed the freaking the Osus and the other caste that you guys have from this permanent slavery and discrimination. I actually happen to know a good, clean brother who was from that class or caste on Clubhouse. And he told me why he was so happy that Christianity came to his people, that your people were oppressing, Robo, right? That you try to say belong to God, right? He told me he was so happy that Christianity came to free his people from the shackles of your indigenous traditional religion, your slavery. So you can try to lie, you can try to manipulate, you can try to say, oh, Christianity bad, this, the white man bad. Yes, in some cases, yes, the white man is very bad, right? But Christianity saved those good, clean people from that permanent slavery that you people had, man. And I'm so grateful for that, right? Because those people that were the Osu, those are the people y'all were selling to the white man. Your ancestors were slave sellers. They were slave captures. They were no different than those jihadists that you're defending, right? Notice how she continues to defend these jihadists, but the same jihadists would literally kill and crucify her for practicing her traditional religion. Now, why do you think she's defending the jihadists? I had to think about this. I had to do some mental gymnastics. I had to do some calculations. The reason she defends the jihadists that would kill and crucify her is the same reason her ancestors sold slaves. These people have something in common, right? They don't know good, clean people like you and me who are descendant of these people. And they say, hey, we need to continue to dominate. We need to continue to take people's land. We need to continue to exploit. We need to continue to seek economic gain at whatever cost it takes. Why are you in the Middle Belt when you are not from there? Why are you in Canada when you are not from there? Why are you supporting these terrorists, these jihadists, when they are not from there? Why are you okay with them taking other people's resources? They are not the ones doing the killing, they are doing the defending. The people that are killing are the jihadists. The people that are killing softly are the people like you who have moved to the Middle Belt for exploitative reasons. You are a jihadist, terrorist, killing supporter. And I rebuke you in the name of Jesus Christ. And I'm so grateful that the Sorrows, the Black Americans, the Black Brazilians, the Yoruba came and brought Christianity to your people. Because without it, you would still have slaves in 2025. Thank you.
All right. Real quick. Robo, you want a last response?
I'm waiting for somebody intelligent to talk.
Okay, no problem.
Dude, I need to spell something.
Hold on, because we gotta reset the room. We gotta get some order. All right, put a gun emoji in the chat if y'all agree with Theo. Put a brain emoji in the chat if y'all agree with if y'all think Robo won that squabble. All right, real quick. Let me reset the room. All right, so we're talking about Trump saving Nigerian Christians and Israel from Islamic terrorists, or is it performative? So Trump just came out. I'll read what Trump said. Hold on real quick. Let me read what Trump said. Because I wanted to actually get to the part where she said, well, let me reset it first. All right, so Trump said on his True Social account, he said, Christians is facing existential threat in Nigeria. Thousands of Christians are being killed. Radical Islamic are responsible for this mass slaughter. I hereby making Nigeria a country of particular concern, but that is the least of it. When Christians or any such group is slaughtered like what is happening in Nigeria, 3,100 versus 4,400 worldwide, something must be done. I am asking Congress, Riley Moore, together with Chairman Tom Cole and the House Appropriation Committee, to immediately look into this matter and report back to me. The United States cannot stand by while such atrocities are happening in Nigeria and numerous of other countries. We stand ready, willing, and able to save our great Christian population around the world. Donald J. Trump, the President of the United States. All right. So I'm going to play this first clip. This is a Nigerian preacher, Christian pastor. He talks about, I think somebody just got slaughtered, and hold on, let me see what this up. Hold on, real quick. Let me play this real quick. So this is after. So this was a pastor calling for global action to save Christians from massacres. It's like a heartfelt, desperate appeal. This is a Nigerian pastor basically imploring individuals and leaders outside of Nigeria and urging President Trump to intervene and safeguard Christian Nigerians from ongoing massacres perpetuated by Muslim extremists. So I'm gonna play this clip, and then we'll let the we got Fulanis in the building, we got Hausa, we got people that live on the continent. Umar's here, Robo, Ahmad, he's Hausa, Romo, Igbo. We got Yoruba's on stage. So we're gonna center the Nigerians in these conversations, and then we'll get to some understanding.
You forgot me, but.
Yes, but you're a Christmas Nigerian. You only go into a Christmas time, so I don't count you. You're Americanized. You're a pata. All right, but let me play this clip.
To save our lives in Nigeria. They are killing Christians in Nigeria outside Warrior every day. And they expect us to silence that. Is another. Nigerian government cannot openly deny there is no massacre, there is no genocide of Christians in Nigeria. And look at it today. Is there any Muslim? United Nations, I know you're watching me. American Senate, you are watching what I'm doing. I'm saying here. Special advisor to Trump. Now, please tell Trump to save our lives in Nigeria. They are killing Christians in Nigeria. Massacre Christians. If they say they kill Muslims, these Muslims are being killed by who? By Muslims. Please.
All right. So let's speak. All right. So before you speak, tell us what ethnic group you're from, your religion, and
I'd like to speak.
Okay. So
Yeah, I'd like to speak too.
I'd like to
Okay.
speak as well.
Okay. So all right. So let me do a cue. So it's gonna be Ola. Oh no, it's on Ada, Ola, Pyramid, and Sky Dean.
Can I go after Sky Daddy? I'll respond to what Robo said.
Yes, no problem, Femi. Well, Femi, you a mod, so you can interject whenever. But let's go Ada.
Thank you, Lou.
Real quick.
Okay, so my name is Adora. I am a Nigerian of Igbo descent. I just wanted to put my perspective into.
Wait, are you Christian, Muslim, atheist?
I'm Christian. I'm a Christian. So I will not deny that there are ethnic, religious, as well as tribal issues in Nigeria. It did not start yesterday. It has been an ongoing issue throughout the country. My major concern with America deciding to step in at this point is what is their motivation and what is their true concern at this point in time. So under the Tinubu administration, there have been a lot of changes that have not favored the West. In as much as Tinubu has his issues and his faults, there have been a lot of economic reforms that have actually benefited the continent in the long term. So you look at the fact that subsidies have been removed, there's a lot of FX changes around our foreign currency, etc. And above all, Tinubu is trying to push forward a Nigerian first agenda that basically no longer allows for a more extractionist approach to how foreign countries deal or relate with Nigeria. What does that mean? That these countries cannot come into our country easily, take our resources, and not pay us fair value. At the same time, our oil industry is also on the rise. You see that with the fact that Dangote recently created, basically is on track to become the third largest oil refinery in Africa, if not the world. So Nigeria is seeing real progress.
Largest in the world.
Okay.
Keep cooking.
Thank you so much. So you see you see that we're tracking in the right direction, right? Within Nigeria. And not only that, but you're seeing that around Nigeria I'm sure many people heard about the uprising that happened across Africa. They call it the Seychelles, which is basically like the francophone countries that have for a long time been exploited by France.
Correct.
That was a huge uprising.
The francophone taxes and all.
Correct, exactly. Like basically, like they own these economies. France has owned these economies for decades, and nothing has been done because of it. So they had an uprising. You have Burkina Faso, you have the Congo, and a few others that have basically stripped themselves of this colonial rule called France. So you're seeing also Macron getting very close with Trump. And let me tell you that do not think that these conversations are not being had around Africa and Africa's independence from the West. So this intervention on Trump's part, from my vantage point, it's almost like a smokescreen. Is it truly Christianity, or are you trying to impose yourself in a country that's rising beyond your Western powers? There's so many angles here, but I wanted us to have a real conversation about this because I think people need to know, especially in like Lou's room, like Africa is rising and they're making real changes. We've always had these fundamental issues, but if you look at the macro and the economic changes that are taking place, we're tracking in the right direction. Why does America now want to step in and in some ways foil or destroy it?
That makes sense. I ain't gonna lie, man. Shout out to the Nigerian women, man. Y'all some educated women, man. I'll give it to y'all. Shout out to the Igbo women. Anybody want to respond to that? If not, we're gonna keep it pushing.
One thing I wanted to say is that I just wanted to say one thing is that if Nigeria is on the rise, is there a plan for those who are all around the world to go back to Nigeria?
I'm actively relocating to Nigeria.
Okay.
I'm actually a group head of a bank. I have incredible friends, very well educated, very well placed, amazing homes that are also moving back to the continent.
Yeah,
so let me tell you.
Sorry, look, here's the thing. Look, there are more people in the country that want to return back.
Hold on, but listen, wait, hold on, real quick. This is an important question, because mind you, the Igbos, the Yorubas, they're like the most westernized group, right? They're educated, they're Christian. So the people who currently controls the government, right? Is it majority Hausa, Fulani currently?
Hausa and Yoruba, I believe.
I'm asking in Nigeria.
That's mostly Hausa and Yoruba.
It's mostly the Northerners and the Yorubas.
Okay, so hold on. My second question. All right, hold on. One mic.
Lou, I'd like to respond to the lady.
One mic. So secondly, what about the military? Who control? Like, what? Because I know there's a bunch of people.
It's the North.
It's the North. The North. Okay, so all right, hold on. Let me just get this. All right, so the North controls. The North controls the military, a majority of the military, and then the Hausa and Yoruba is the one that controls the government.
Hey, good afternoon.
Yeah, Trump.
There's a lot of things. It's coordinates. It's 88.88, 88.88 longitude, latitude on your regular Google Earth or Apple Maps.
What are you talking about?
That's the center of the throne.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
And that's my belief system at the moment. I'm doing a research paper.
Your belief system is that God is a coordinate?
Yeah, I like his throne is a coordinate.
He's showing you where he lives.
Yeah, is that where the Orion Belt is? Because that's where Justin believes.
No, Nebula. That's the Nebula, Andrew.
Up north.
Well, the nebula.
Nebula.
No, you're right. Nebula. My bad.
So do you think that Jesus also considered these types of strange esoteric, concepts?
Yeah, of course. He's my favorite prophet.
Jesus wasn't a historical person.
He wasn't
No,
historical?
he's my favorite prophet.
No.
He doesn't have any history in any type of archaeology or records or...
No, he has.
Wow.
Here in Egypt where he visited.
Millith
Along the Nile River. It's a lovely trip. I'd love to book it for you.
So Millith is proposing...
It could just be a made-up tradition that he lived there, right?
So Millith...
No, he was here as a child. He was here
okay, yeah. What's the evidence of that? Someone told you?
Sites here in Egypt.
Oh yeah, okay.
The rock he touched.
So wait,
the rock that he touched.
Pyramid, isn't Jesus just the updated version of Osiris, the Egyptian mythology of the resurrection of Osiris?
Not really.
You don't think so?
I believe in Jesus, and I believe that Jesus is coming back.
Amen.
And I believe there are two different stories.
Amen. It can't happen soon enough because I'm so sick of Andrew's rooms. They just drag on and on and on and on.
Andrew, what do you think about the belief that Jesus was actually the god Ra or the god Osiris?
Let's see. Let me think about how plausible that is. Let me think. Oh no, I don't believe that.
Well, Andrew, if you don't know the story, I'm sure you don't.
Why you don't?
Let me get you the link, Andrew. Read about the resurrection of Osiris, and you'll see that this myth or this genre or category or niche, it's a self-repeating natural phenomenon that just keeps reappearing in the liturgy, in history. Right now, even, you could say Donald Trump is the new Jesus Christ. You could say Charlie Kirk is the new Jesus Christ. I'm just saying that.
So true. So true,
it's a symbolic, repetitive occurrence. It's phenomenon. It just keeps happening.
Christ just means Lord.
Yep. Buddha,
and insofar as
Krishna.
Charlie Kirk and Trump are lords.
That's a good point.
They're Christ.
Not all resurrections are the same, John.
Not every erection is the same. I'm just saying that.
Actually, every erection is anew.
Exactly.
You can never have the same erection twice.
Comparing Christ to the Osiris is just pretty bad.
It's not. It's in the liturgy. It's in all the books. It's just the same thing happening over and over again.
It's like a river. You can never step into the same river twice. You can never have the same erection twice.
Actually, I think Zelina will probably like this, the whole thing, this comparison. He'll probably agree with it. Osiris is just Christ. Osiris regurgitated. You probably like that.
Same thing with Zoroaster, countless prophets. It's the same story over and over again. And if you're a child, you will reject that fundamental summary.
I'm 36. I don't know about you.
Amen. So what I'm trying to say is the Holy Spirit, or the metaphysic, the energy of concentration, of wisdom, of intelligence.
The Holy Spirit.
What I'm trying to say is
is
that the more you think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you're going to get. Each and every one of us in this room, we are the truth. It's just a question of your enlightenment to come to the position that it's you doing all of this. It's you observe. It's like a solipsistic thing.
I thought truth was a property of propositions, but if we're the truth, that completely changes my view on things.
That is the truth. Apparently, the more you think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you get. So stop thinking, end your problems.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. And I think maybe the best way to stop thinking is just shoot yourself in the head.
Well, you come to Andrew's room all the time. It's the same exact thing.
No, I'm just saying, like, I think, you gave us, like, a name, something to aim towards, like a goal, right? Which was, like, stop thinking and we'll end all our problems. So, like, I think you should probably take that advice. It's great advice.
Well,
I think you should take it.
I'm not so sure you understand, because you just made a suicidal reference or some type of homicidal reference. And what I'm telling you is when you stop thinking, what you're back in is the objective world. And you say, I got to go scrub my toilet. I got to go, to the post office Monday at 11 a.m. You get back into reality as opposed to all this conceptual word games that people are playing to waste all your time.
Thought you already agreed you were wasting time, John.
Yeah, is that a conceptual word game that you're using to waste our time?
Well, I have a friend, he has a nickname for me. It's called Concept Johnny. And all I'm trying to do is present concepts in the same way that you guys present concepts all day long, 40 hours a week.
I'm presenting experience through frequency.
All day long, 40 hours a week?
Well, if you want to demonstrate or exhibit yourself through frequency,
asking, like,
that's still just a concept, though. Is that not a concept, Pyramid?
The concept is simple. Live, learn. And if you don't learn, life will teach you.
So, who or what is the best master? Isn't it intelligence and wisdom?
What's intelligence and wisdom to you? Explain that to me, please.
Well, it's information, it's communication, and it's data, transmission, yeah.
Imagine a huge data center. What would it look like? Why not a chair?
Sorry, I couldn't catch the first part of what you just said.
Am I right or wrong?
I couldn't hear you. Sorry. Say it again.
We get to be seated. How come he can't be seated? And what would be his throne or chair?
Well, it's musical chairs. You haven't played musical chairs where you go in a circle around a chair and then you fight.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's the same premise or purpose or procedure.
And I like to wish that Jesus is one of the people who get to play with the chair.
So is Andrew. So is Bob. So is Sella. So is you. So is I. I mean, what's the difference?
It's a lovely story. You just have to love it and live it.
There you go. Live, love, eat, pray, fart, poop. I don't know. I say just create clubhouse rooms for the next 1,000 years until people get sick of it.
Clubhouse is another tool that you should use in your benefit, not the other way around. And I'm doing a great job advertising for my country.
You have a country?
And English is only my second language.
You're speaking English?
So I'm still
Well, Sella and Andrew up here, they're both Jew-hating, anti-Semitic bigots. And, eventually they will become intelligent enough to transcend their own bigotry. They're racists.
Deepak, can you fix John?
Is he broken?
Yeah. I mean, he can be normal, but when you've got the cameras rolling and when it's recording, he does the weird stuff.
Isn't that all just projection? Deepak, who hurt Andrew? Everything he just said was projection.
John has told us probably 1,000 times that we're wasting time, Deepak. So.
You're only wasting time in as much as words are time, and a lot of the words you're using are just unnecessary and wasteful. I'm not saying you're not trying to achieve something or you don't have some type of purpose to the communication. I'm just saying a lot of the words that I use even, and everyone else here, you'd have to admit it's really unnecessary and a waste of.
Okay. John, what's the purpose of life? Go ahead.
To keep breathing. So take the deepest breath of the day. Hold it for 10 seconds.
Yeah, sounds pretty shallow.
Well, that's just projection.
Do you believe?
Do I believe?
And that's another 13 years.
I'm not a Zionist, Andrew. Maybe that's projection. Are you a Christian Zionist? No, right?
Oh, sorry, I didn't finish my sentence. I got distracted. Do you believe in pineapple on pizza?
Yes. Giardiniera, sausage, pepperoni, onions, garlic, green peppers.
Perfect. Yeah, this guy's cool.
Well, you both are the problem if you guys think pineapple on pizza is okay.
Just wow. Yeah, this is what Christianity does to somebody.
I mean, Krishna. Andrew, I mean, what do you know about Hinduism and the prophets and the gods of, Hindu land? There's a lot of overlay with Christianity, and if Jesus pulled his shtick in India, he never would have became famous because everyone would have been like, "Well, congratulations, you discovered who you really were." And so it's the same thing with you and me. If you know where you come from, you have no problems. You've resolved everything, and it's just a question of how many hours you have left to continue breathing. Or you could say that's the truth of the earth if you know how to breathe.
Okay, Caleb, can you fix John?
What? I just hopped on. What are you talking about?
You hopped on like a bunny.
Huh. I see what you did there.
John is saying that we're wasting words. He also compared Jesus to Osiris, which is where I kind of checked out.
Also, your mic is like really like muffled, by the way.
That I know. I'll try to fix them.
What I'm trying to say is that the rules that Jesus Christ had to play by are the same rules that you and I have to play by. There's no difference to the rules or to the game theory.
What do you mean by rules, though?
Not rules, I mean game theory, basically. Like the same game that Jesus played, you and I can play.
What? I guess I don't know what you mean by game in this sense.
Just self-enlightenment, or you could say self-actualization.
I mean, I agree that Jesus follows the same moral code that we're obliged to follow, but I wouldn't call that the game in the sense that you're thinking of it.
Well, I mean,
I also don't know what Osiris. I didn't know Andrew had mentioned something about that. I'm not sure what the context of that was.
Osiris? Well, what I'm saying is that you think Jesus Christ's experience is more than a one-off. It's the only experience that can happen, because of his special status. I'm just saying it's not. That the special experience of Christ Jesus has been experienced an infinite amount of times, basically, at this point. There's nothing new under the sun. So if you're so caught up with the Bible and Jesus, you just like pizza, but you refuse to eat tacos, burritos, chimichangas.
Happy birthday, John.
Yeah, I don't eat pizza with pineapple. Sorry.
Most of the Cyrus, are you talking about like the parallelisms with like the dying and rising God stuff? Is that what you're referring to?
Yep.
Well, he's still stuck on the spirit question, so give him time.
I don't understand what the spirit question is supposed to mean.
What do we know about spirit? If you can enlighten us.
It's like your breath, take the deepest breath of the day. If you are lacking in spirit, maybe you're just not breathing enough.
Yeah, Timothy is the best person to talk to, John. I think he understands where he's coming from the best.
I think Andrew's underwater.
I am.
Timothy's the goat.
Yo, John, I said thank you, MJ. John, I said happy birthday, bro. You don't respond.
Yeah, my birthday's November 6th. It's coming up. Thank you.
Oh, I thought. Wait. Oh, that was Sam's October. Sorry.
No. He did say his birthday was recently, though.
Yeah, no, he did. He said his October. Okay. Don't worry. We're still gonna make a room for you, John.
Yeah, very cool. Well, you should do that and let us know. I'm sure we know.
What'd you say?
I said, let us know when you're going to make the room.
Oh, no, bullshit. I ain't making a fucking room.
Oh, okay. You don't care that much. Okay.
No. But it sounds like it's like a nice thing to say.
It is a nice thing to say. It's also nice to follow through with what you say. But
I'm gonna wish him a happy birthday. If I remember.
I thought he was Scorpio.
Well, the Scorpio is very much like the Holy Spirit, which is.
Wait, you guessed? Oh my God, Andrew! You guessed correctly his stuff.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
Listen, the scorpion becomes the snake becomes the phoenix, and that's why people on this app say, Grand Phoenix Rising, because they're talking about the Kundalini, or the spirit that resides in everyone. You could say it's your soul. And so there's ways to manipulate that spirit, to activate it, to control it, to enjoy it. And, if you don't know how to do that.
John, who's that? John, who's that in your picture?
That's me holding the Constitution.
Wait, that's you.
That's me.
Well, you're a veteran.
I'm a veteran.
And a supporter of Israel.
And a supporter.
Yeah, get your fucking ass in the audience. How dare you? How
dare you?
The actual cheek of the man.
Cheeky bugger, you cheeky. You cheeky bugger, you.
We were having that whole other night, John, where we shared.
Cheeky bugger.
How your new place, they can bring it over.
Well, I'll have to go get it because it's my desk and stuff and my extra monitors for work.
Oh, it's not just a couple boxes here and there. I got it.
Yeah, no, but I'm not going to be able to do it until morning now. Pretty sure it's going to rain all night.
Well, you don't want your laptop or computer getting wet anyway.
I have my laptop over here, so I can work on my laptop if I need
that's
to.
Good.
It's just not convenient to do it without the double monitors and stuff. So I might have to grin and bear it and get through one day.
John, I will do you the favor of not blocking this one account. But understand, there's no recording in here.
Well, I'm about to go out for dinner with my mom, so I will leave the room because I'm
Hi, Mama John.
She's downstairs getting ready, but we got.
How's the visit going?
Oh, well, I lost my hair a long time ago, but yeah, we got 1,650 signatures notarized and binded today. So tomorrow we drive down at 7 a.m., 4-hour drive, wait in line, drive back. But tomorrow's it. Tomorrow's the big day.
But I'm sure you will be here to let us know tomorrow night if everything went to plan.
Yes, I will.
Well, I'll be looking for you.
Okay, talk to you soon. I'm gonna go get some Brussels sprouts.
Have a good dinner.
Talk to you soon. Bye.
Bye.
Okay, this is public room. I'm just gonna leave this room and let it run.
Go, DJ.
reason we created these initial robots was to solve a pretty basic problem.
Tao Te Ching can be translated as the book of the imminence of the way, or the book of the way and of how it manifests itself in the world, or simply the book of the way. Since it is already well known by its Chinese title, I have let that stand. About Lao Tzu, its author, there's practically nothing to be said. He may have been an older contemporary of Confucius, 551 to 479 BCE, and may have held the position of archive keeper in one of the petty kingdoms of the time. But all the information that has come down to us is highly suspect. Even the meaning of his name is uncertain. The most likely interpretations, the old master, or more picturesquely, the old boy. Like an Iroquois woodsman, he left no traces. All he left us is his book, the classic manual on the art of living, written in a style of gem-like lucidity, radiant with humor and grace, and large-heartedness and deep wisdom, one of the wonders of the world. People usually think of Lao Tzu as a hermit, a dropout from society, dwelling serenely in some mountain hut, unvisited except perhaps by the occasional traveler arriving from a 60s joke to ask, what is the meaning of life? But it's clear from his teachings that he deeply cared about society, if society means the welfare of one's fellow human beings. His book is, among other things, a treatise on the art of government, whether of a country or of a child. The misperception may arise from his insistence on wei wu wei, literally, doing, not doing, which has been seen as passivity. Nothing could be further from the truth. A good athlete can enter a state of body awareness in which the right stroke or the right movement happens by itself, effortlessly, without any interference of the conscious will. This is a paradigm for non-action, the purest and most effective form of action. The game plays the game. The poem writes the poem. We can't tell the dancer from the dance. Less and less do you need to force things, until finally you arrive at non-action. When nothing is done, nothing is left undone. Nothing is done because the doer has wholeheartedly vanished into the deed. The fuel has been completely transformed into flame. This nothing is in fact everything. It happens when we trust the intelligence of the universe in the same way that an athlete or a dancer trusts the superior intelligence of the body. Hence Lao Tzu's emphasis on softness. Softness means the opposite of rigidity and is synonymous with suppleness, adaptability, endurance. Anyone who has seen a Tai Chi or Aikido master doing not doing will know how powerful this softness is. Lao Tzu's central figure is a man or woman whose life is in perfect harmony with the way things are. This is not an idea, it is a reality. I have seen it. The master has mastered nature, not in the sense of conquering it, but of becoming it. In surrendering to the Tao, in giving up all concepts, judgments, and desires, her mind has grown naturally compassionate. She finds, deep in her own experience, the central truths of the art of living, which are paradoxical only on the surface, that the more truly solitary we are, the more compassionate we can be. The more we let go of what we love, the more present our love becomes. The clearer our insight into what is beyond good and evil, the more we can embody the good. Until finally she is able to say, in all humility, I am the Tao, the truth, the life. The teaching of the Tao Te Ching is moral in the deepest sense. Unencumbered by any concept of sin, the master doesn't see evil as a force to resist, but simply as an opaqueness, a state of self-absorption, which is in disharmony with the universal process, so that, as with a dirty window, the light can't shine through. This freedom from moral categories allows him his great compassion for the wicked and the selfish. Thus, the Master is available to all people and doesn't reject anyone. He is ready to use all situations and doesn't waste anything. This is called embodying the light. What is a good man but a bad man's teacher? What is a bad man but a good man's job? If you don't understand this, you will get lost, however intelligent you are. It is the great secret. The listener will notice that in the many passages where Lao Tzu describes the Master, I've used the pronoun she at least as often as he. The Chinese language doesn't make this kind of distinction. In English, we have to choose. But since we are all potentially the Master, since the Master is essentially us, I felt it would be untrue to present a male archetype, as other versions have ironically done. Ironically, because of all the great world religions, the teaching of Lao Tzu is by far the most female. Of course, you should feel free throughout the recording to substitute he for she, or vice versa. As to method, I worked from Paul Karas's literal version, which provides English equivalents, often very quaint ones, alongside each of the Chinese ideograms. I also consulted dozens of translations into English, German, and French. But the most essential preparation for my work was a 14 years long course of Zen training, which brought me face to face with Lao Tzu and his true disciples and heirs, the early Chinese Zen masters. With great poetry, the freest translation is sometimes the most faithful. We must try its effect as an English poem, Dr. Johnson said. That is the way to judge of the merit of a translation. I have often been fairly literal, or as literal as one can be with such a subtle, kaleidoscopic book as the Tao Te Ching. But I have also paraphrased, expanded, contracted, interpreted, worked with the text, played with it, until it became embodied in a language that felt genuine to me. If I haven't always translated Lao Tzu's words, my intention has always been to translate his mind. Describing the indescribable, teaching the unteachable, pointing the way to the way. What does Lao Tzu think he is doing here? It can't be done. No way. Hence, Po Chu-yi, poet and stand-up comedian, wrote, "He who talks doesn't know, he who knows doesn't talk." That is what Lao Tzu told us in a book of 5,000 words. If he was the one who knew, how could he have been such a blabbermouth? That's the problem with spiritual teachers. They have to be blabbermouths. But their words are, in the traditional Buddhist metaphor, fingers pointing at the moon. If you watch the finger, you can't see the moon. How meticulous the great masters had to be. A monk asked Matsu, "Why do you teach mind is Buddha?" Matsu said, "To stop a baby from crying." The monk said, "When the crying has stopped, what then?" Matsu said, "Then I teach, not mind, not Buddha." The monk said, "How about someone who isn't attached to either?" Matsu said, "I would tell him, not beings." The monk said, "And what if you met a man unattached to all things? What would you tell him?" Matsu said, "I would just let him experience the great Tao." In fact, the truth is right before our eyes, right under our noses. So simple that every child understands it. And yet, as Bankei said, the farther you enter into it, the deeper it is. Where is the way to the way? What a question. Still, for complicated minds, drastic measures are needed. Lao Tzu's book was written as a response, out of grandmotherly kindness. According to the oldest biography, Lao Tzu lived for a long time in the country of Chu, But seeing its decline, he departed. When he reached the frontier, the guard said, "Since you are going away, sir, could you write a book to teach me the art of living?" Thereupon, Lao Tzu wrote his book about the Tao and departed. This is legend, but it is an accurate description of the way in which true teaching happens. He who knows doesn't talk, but words are no hindrance for him. He uses them as he would use gardening tools. When someone asks, he answers. Tao Te Ching. 1. The Tao that can be told is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. The unnameable is the eternally real. Naming is the origin of all particular things. Free from desire, you realize the mystery. Caught in desire, you see only the manifestations. Yet mystery and manifestations arise from the same source. This source is called darkness. Darkness within darkness. The gateway to all understanding. 2. When people see some things as beautiful, other things become ugly. When people see some things as good, other things become bad. Being and non-being create each other. Difficult and easy support each other. Long and short define each other. High and low depend on each other. Before and after follow each other. Therefore the master acts without doing anything and teaches without saying anything. Things arise and she lets them come. Things disappear and she lets them go. She has but doesn't possess, acts but doesn't expect. When her work is done, she forgets it. That is why it lasts forever. 3. If you overesteem great men, people become powerless. If you overvalue possessions, people begin to steal. The master leads by emptying people's minds and filling their cores, by weakening their ambition and toughening their resolve. He helps people lose everything they know, everything they desire, and creates confusion in those who think that they know. Practice not doing, and everything will fall into place. 4. The Tao is like a well, used but never used up. It is like the eternal void, filled with infinite possibilities. It is hidden but always present. I don't know who gave birth to it. It is older than God. 5. The Tao doesn't take sides. It gives birth to both good and evil. The Master doesn't take sides. She welcomes both saints and sinners. The Tao is like a bellows. It is empty, yet infinitely capable. The more you use it, the more it produces. The more you talk of it, the less you understand. Hold on to the center. 6. The Tao is called the Great Mother. Empty, yet inexhaustible, it gives birth to infinite worlds. It is always present within you. You can use it any way you want. 7. The Tao is infinite, eternal. Why is it eternal? It was never born, thus it can never die. Why is it infinite? It has no desires for itself, thus it is present for all beings. The Master stays behind. That is why she is ahead. She is detached from all things. That is why she is one with them. Because she has let go of herself, she is perfectly fulfilled. 8. The Supreme Good is like water, which nourishes all things without trying to. It is content with the low places that people disdain. Thus, it is like the Tao. In dwelling, live close to the ground. In thinking, keep to the simple. In conflict, be fair and generous. In governing, don't try to control. In work, do what you enjoy. In family life, be completely present. When you are content to be simply yourself and don't compare or compete, everybody will respect you. 9. Fill your bowl to the brim, and it will spill. Keep sharpening your knife, and it will blunt. Chase after money and security, and your heart will never unclench. Care about people's approval, and you will be their prisoner. Do your work, then step back. The only path to serenity. 10. Can you coax your mind from its wandering and keep to the original oneness? Can you let your body become supple as a newborn child's? Can you cleanse your inner vision until you see nothing but the light? Can you love people and lead them without imposing your will? Can you deal with the most vital matters by letting events take their course? Can you step back from your own mind and thus understand all things? Giving birth and nourishing, having without possessing, acting with no expectations, leading and not trying to control. This is the supreme virtue. "11. We join spokes together in a wheel, but it is the center whole that makes the wagon move. We shape clay into a pot, but it is the emptiness inside that holds whatever we want. We hammer wood for a house, but it is the inner space that makes it livable. We work with being, but non-being is what we use. 12. Colors blind the eye. Sounds deafen the ear. Flavors numb the taste. Thoughts weaken the mind. Desires wither the heart. The master observes the world, but trusts his inner vision. He allows things to come and go. His heart is open as the sky. 13. Success is as dangerous as failure. Hope is as hollow as fear. What does it mean that success is as dangerous as failure? Whether you go up the ladder or down it, your position is shaky. When you stand with your 2 feet on the ground, you will always keep your balance. What does it mean that hope is as hollow as fear? Hope and fear are both phantoms that arise from thinking of the self. When we don't see the self as self, what do we have to fear? See the world as yourself. Have faith in the way things are. Love the world as yourself. Then you can care for all things. 14. Look, and it can't be seen. Listen, and it can't be heard. Reach, and it can't be grasped. Above, it isn't bright. Below, it isn't dark. Seamless, unnameable, it returns to the realm of nothing. Form that includes all forms. Image without an image. Subtle, beyond all conception. Approach it, and there is no beginning. Follow it, and there is no end. You can't know it, but you can be it, at ease in your own life. Just realize where you come from. This is the essence of wisdom. 15. The ancient masters were profound and subtle. Their wisdom was unfathomable. There is no way to describe it. All we can describe is their appearance. They were careful as someone crossing an iced-over stream, alert as a warrior in enemy territory, courteous as a guest, fluid as melting ice, shapeable as a block of wood, receptive as a valley, clear as a glass of water. Do you have the patience to wait till your mud settles and the water is clear? Can you remain unmoving till the right action arises by itself? The master doesn't seek fulfillment. Not seeking, not expecting. She is present and can welcome all things. 16. Empty your mind of all thoughts. Let your heart be at peace. Watch the turmoil of beings, but contemplate their return. Each separate being in the universe returns to the common source. Returning to the source is serenity. If you don't realize the source, you stumble in confusion and sorrow. When you realize where you come from, you naturally become tolerant, disinterested, amused, kind-hearted as a grandmother, dignified as a king. Immersed in the wonder of the Tao, you can deal with whatever life brings you. And when death comes, you are ready. 17. When the master governs, the people are hardly aware that he exists. Next best is a leader who is loved. Next, one who is feared. The worst is one who is despised. If you don't trust the people, you make them untrustworthy. The master doesn't talk, he acts. When his work is done, the people say, "Amazing, we did it, all by ourselves." 18. When the great Tao is forgotten, goodness and piety appear. When the body's intelligence declines, cleverness and knowledge step forth. When there is no peace in the family, filial piety begins. When the country falls into chaos, patriotism is born. 19. Throw away holiness and wisdom, and people will be 100 times happier. Throw away morality and justice, and people will do the right thing. Throw away industry and profit, and there won't be any thieves. If these three aren't enough, just stay at the center of the circle and let all things take their course. 20. Stop thinking and end your problems. What difference between yes and no? What difference between success and failure? Must you value what others value? Avoid what others avoid? How ridiculous. Other people are excited, as though they were at a parade. I alone don't care. I alone am expressionless, like an infant before it can smile. Other people have what they need. I alone possess nothing. I alone drift about like someone without a home. I am like an idiot. My mind is so empty. Other people are bright. I alone am dark. Other people are sharp. I alone am dull. Other people have a purpose. I alone don't know. I drift like a wave on the ocean. I blow as aimless as the wind. I am different from ordinary people. I drink from the Great Mother's breasts. 21. The Master keeps her mind always at one with the Tao. That is what gives her her radiance. The Tao is ungraspable. How can her mind be at one with it? Because she doesn't cling to ideas. The Tao is dark and unfathomable. How can it make her radiant? Because she lets it. Since before time and space were, the Tao is. It is beyond is and is not. How do I know this is true? I look inside myself and see. "22. If you want to become whole, let yourself be partial. If you want to become straight, let yourself be crooked. If you want to become full, let yourself be empty. If you want to be reborn, let yourself die. If you want to be given everything, give everything up. The Master, by residing in the Tao, sets an example for all beings. Because he doesn't display himself, people can see his light. Because he has nothing to prove, people can trust his words. Because he doesn't know who he is, people recognize themselves in him. Because he has no goal in mind, everything he does succeeds. When the ancient masters said, "If you want to be given everything, give everything up," they weren't using empty phrases. Only in being lived by the Tao can you be truly yourself. 23. Express yourself completely. Then keep quiet. Be like the forces of nature. When it blows, there is only wind. When it rains, there is only rain. When the clouds pass, the sun shines through. If you open yourself to the Tao, you are at one with the Tao, and you can embody it completely. If you open yourself to insight, you are at one with insight, and you can use it completely. If you open yourself to loss, you are at one with loss, and you can accept it completely. Open yourself to the Tao, then trust your natural responses, and everything will fall into place. 24. He who stands on tiptoe doesn't stand firm. He who rushes ahead doesn't go far. He who tries to shine dims his own light. He who defines himself can't know who he really is. He who has power over others can't empower himself. He who clings to his work will create nothing that endures. If you want to accord with the Tao, just do your job, then let go. 25. There was something formless and perfect before the universe was born. It is serene, empty, solitary, unchanging, infinite, eternally present. It is the mother of the universe. For lack of a better name, I call it the Tao. It flows through all things, inside and outside, and returns to the origin of all things. The Tao is great. The universe is great. Earth is great. Man is great. These are the four great powers. Man follows the earth. Earth follows the universe. The universe follows the Tao. The Tao follows only itself. 26. The heavy is the root of the light. The unmoved is the source of all movement. Thus the master travels all day without leaving home. However splendid the views, she stays serenely in herself. Why should the lord of the country flit about like a fool? If you let yourself be blown to and fro, you lose touch with your root. If you let restlessness move you, you lose touch with who you are. "27. A good traveler has no fixed plans and is not intent upon arriving. A good artist lets his intuition lead him wherever it wants. A good scientist has freed himself of concepts and keeps his mind open to what is. Thus the master is available to all people and doesn't reject anyone. He is ready to use all situations and doesn't waste anything. This is called embodying the light. What is a good man but a bad man's teacher? What is a bad man but a good man's job? If you don't understand this, you will get lost, however intelligent you are. It is the great secret. 28. Know the male, yet keep to the female. Receive the world in your arms. If you receive the world, the Tao will never leave you, and you will be like a little child. Know the white, yet keep to the black. Be a pattern for the world. If you are a pattern for the world, the Tao will be strong inside you, and there will be nothing you can't do. Know the personal, yet keep to the impersonal. Accept the world as it is. If you accept the world, the Tao will be luminous inside you, and you will return to your primal self. The world is formed from the void, like utensils from a block of wood. The master knows the utensils, yet keeps to the block. Thus she can use all things. 29. Do you want to improve the world? I don't think it can be done. The world is sacred. It can't be improved. If you tamper with it, you'll ruin it. If you treat it like an object, you'll lose it. There's a time for being ahead, a time for being behind, a time for being in motion, a time for being at rest, a time for being vigorous, a time for being exhausted, a time for being safe, a time for being in danger. The master sees things as they are, without trying to control them. She lets them go their own way and resides at the center of the circle. 30. Whoever relies on the Tao in governing men doesn't try to force issues or defeat enemies by force of arms. For every force, there is a counterforce. Violence, even well-intentioned, always rebounds upon oneself. The master does his job and then stops. He understands that the universe is forever out of control, and that trying to dominate events goes against the current of the Tao. Because he believes in himself, he doesn't try to convince others. Because he is content with himself, he doesn't need others' approval. Because he accepts himself, the whole world accepts him. 31. Weapons are the tools of violence. All decent men detest them. Weapons are the tools of fear. A decent man will avoid them, except in the direst necessity, and if compelled, will use them only with the utmost restraint. Peace is his highest value. If the peace has been shattered, how can he be content? His enemies are not demons, but human beings like himself. He doesn't wish them personal harm, nor does he rejoice in victory. How could he rejoice in victory and delight in the slaughter of men? He enters a battle gravely, with sorrow, and with great compassion, as if he were attending a funeral. 32. The Tao can't be perceived. Smaller than an electron, it contains uncountable galaxies. If powerful men and women could remain centered in the Tao, all things would be in harmony. The world would become a paradise. All people would be at peace, and the law would be written in their hearts. When you have names and forms, know that they are provisional. When you have institutions, know where their functions should end. Knowing when to stop, you can avoid any danger. All things end in the Tao, as rivers flow into the sea. 33. Knowing others is intelligence. Knowing yourself is true wisdom. Mastering others is strength. Mastering yourself is true power. If you realize that you have enough, you are truly rich. If you stay in the center and embrace death with your whole heart, you will endure forever. "34. The great Tao flows everywhere. all things are born from it. Yet it doesn't create them. It pours itself into its work. Yet it makes no claim. It nourishes infinite worlds. Yet it doesn't hold on to them. Since it is merged with all things and hidden in their hearts, it can be called humble. Since all things vanish into it, and it alone endures, it can be called great. It isn't aware of its greatness. Thus, it is truly great. "35. She who is centered in the Tao can go where she wishes without danger. She perceives the universal harmony, even amid great pain, because she has found peace in her heart. Music or the smell of good cooking may make people stop and enjoy, but words that point to the Tao seem monotonous and without flavor. When you look for it, there is nothing to see. When you listen for it, there is nothing to hear. When you use it, it is inexhaustible. 36. If you want to shrink something, you must first allow it to expand. If you want to get rid of something, you must first allow it to flourish. If you want to take something, you must first allow it to be given. This is called the subtle perception of the way things are. The soft overcomes the hard. The slow overcomes the fast. Let your workings remain a mystery. This is called the subtle perception of the way things are. The soft overcomes the hard. The slow overcomes the fast. Let your workings remain a mystery. Just show people the results. 37. The Tao never does anything, yet through it all things are done. If powerful men and women could center themselves in it, the whole world would be transformed by itself in its natural rhythms. People would be content with their simple, everyday lives, in harmony and free of desire. When there is no desire, all things are at peace. 38. The master doesn't try to be powerful. Thus, he is truly powerful. The ordinary man keeps reaching for power. Thus, he never has enough. The master does nothing, yet he leaves nothing undone. The ordinary man is always doing things, yet many more are left to be done. The kind man does something, yet something remains undone. The just man does something and leaves many things to be done. The moral man does something, and when no one responds, he rolls up his sleeves and uses force. When the Tao is lost, there is goodness. When goodness is lost, there is morality. When morality is lost, there is ritual. Ritual is the husk of true faith, the beginning of chaos. Therefore, the master concerns himself with the depths and not the surface, with the fruit and not the flower. He has no will of his own. He dwells in reality and lets all illusions go. "39. In harmony with the Tao, the sky is clear and spacious. The earth is solid and full. All creatures flourish together, content with the way they are, endlessly repeating themselves, endlessly renewed. When man interferes with the Tao, the sky becomes filthy, the earth becomes depleted, the equilibrium crumbles, creatures become extinct. The master views the parts with compassion because he understands the whole. His constant practice is humility. He doesn't glitter like a jewel, but lets himself be shaped by the Tao, as rugged and common as a stone. 40. Return is the movement of the Tao. Yielding is the way of the Tao. All things are born of being. Being is born of non-being. "41. When a superior man hears of the Tao, he immediately begins to embody it. When an average man hears of the Tao, he half believes it, half doubts it. When a foolish man hears of the Tao, he laughs out loud. If he didn't laugh, it wouldn't be the Tao. Thus it is said, the path into the light seems dark. The path forward seems to go back. The direct path seems long. True power seems weak. True purity seems tarnished. True steadfastness seems changeable. True clarity seems obscure. The greatest art seems unsophisticated. The greatest love seems indifferent. The greatest wisdom seems childish. The Tao is nowhere to be found. yet it nourishes and completes all things. 42. The Tao gives birth to one. One gives birth to two. Two gives birth to three. Three gives birth to all things. All things have their backs to the female and stand facing the male. When male and female combine, all things achieve harmony. Ordinary men hate solitude, but the Master makes use of it, embracing his aloneness, realizing he is one with the whole universe. 43. The gentlest thing in the world overcomes the hardest thing in the world. That which has no substance enters where there is no space. This shows the value of non-action. Teaching without words, performing without actions. That is the Master's way. 44. Fame or integrity? Which is more important? Money or happiness? Which is more valuable? Success or failure? Which is more destructive? If you look to others for fulfillment, you will never truly be fulfilled. If your happiness depends on money, you will never be happy with yourself. Be content with what you have. Rejoice in the way things are. When you realize there is nothing lacking, the whole world belongs to you. 45. True perfection seems imperfect, yet it is perfectly itself. True fullness seems empty, yet it is fully present. True straightness seems crooked. True wisdom seems foolish. True art seems artless. The Master allows things to happen. She shapes events as they come. She steps out of the way and lets the Tao speak for itself. 46. When a country is in harmony with the Tao, the factories make trucks and tractors. When a country goes counter to the Tao, warheads are stockpiled outside the cities. There is no greater illusion than fear, no greater wrong than preparing to defend yourself, no greater misfortune than having an enemy. Whoever can see through all fear will always be safe. 47. Without opening your door, you can open your heart to the world. without looking out your window, you can see the essence of the Tao. The more you know, the less you understand. The Master arrives without leaving, sees the light without looking, achieves without doing a thing. "48. In the pursuit of knowledge, every day something is added. In the practice of the Tao, every day something is dropped. Less and less do you need to force things, until finally you arrive at non-action. When nothing is done, nothing is left undone. True mastery can be gained by letting things go their own way. It can't be gained by interfering. "49. The Master has no mind of her own. She works with the mind of the people. She is good to people who are good. She's also good to people who aren't good. This is true goodness. She trusts people who are trustworthy. She also trusts people who aren't trustworthy. This is true trust. The Master's mind is like space. People don't understand her. They look to her and wait. She treats them like her own children. "50. The Master gives himself up to whatever the moment brings. He knows that he is going to die, and he has nothing left to hold on to. No illusions in his mind, no resistances in his body. He doesn't think about his actions. They flow from the core of his being. He holds nothing back from life. Therefore, he is ready for death, as a man is ready for sleep after a good day's work. 51. Every being in the universe is an expression of the Tao. It springs into existence, unconscious, perfect, free, takes on a physical body, lets circumstances complete it. That is why every being spontaneously honors the Tao. The Tao gives birth to all beings, nourishes them, maintains them, cares for them, comforts them, protects them, takes them back to itself, creating without possessing, acting without expecting, guiding without interfering. That is why love of the Tao is in the very nature of things. "52. In the beginning was the Tao. All things issue from it. All things return to it. To find the origin, Trace back the manifestations. When you recognize the children and find the mother, you will be free of sorrow. If you close your mind in judgments and traffic with desires, your heart will be troubled. If you keep your mind from judging and aren't led by the senses, your heart will find peace. Seeing into darkness is clarity. Knowing how to yield is strength. Use your own light and return to the source of light. This is called practicing eternity. 53. The great way is easy, yet people prefer the side paths. Be aware when things are out of balance. Stay centered within the Tao. When rich speculators prosper, while farmers lose their land, when government officials spend money on weapons instead of cures, when the upper class is extravagant and irresponsible, while the poor have nowhere to turn, all this is robbery and chaos. It is not in keeping with the Tao. 54. Whoever is planted in the Tao will not be rooted up. Whoever embraces the Tao will not slip away. Her name will be held in honor from generation to generation. Let the Tao be present in your life, and you will become genuine. Let it be present in your family, and your family will flourish. Let it be present in your country, and your country will be an example to all countries in the world. Let it be present in the universe, and the universe will sing. How do I know this is true? By looking inside myself. 55. He who is in harmony with the Tao is like a newborn child. Its bones are soft, its muscles are weak, but its grip is powerful. It doesn't know about the union of male and female, yet its penis can stand erect. So intense is its vital power. It can scream its head off all day, yet it never becomes hoarse. So complete is its harmony. The Master's power is like this. He lets all things come and go effortlessly, without desire. He never expects results. Thus he is never disappointed. He is never disappointed. Thus his spirit never grows old. 56. Those who know don't talk. Those who talk don't know. Close your mouth. Block off your senses. Blunt your sharpness. Untie your knots. Soften your glare. Settle your dust. This is the primal identity. Be like the Tao. It can't be approached or withdrawn from, benefited or harmed, honored or brought into disgrace. It gives itself up continually. That is why it endures. 57. If you want to be a great leader, you must learn to follow the Tao. Stop trying to control. Let go of fixed plans and concepts, and the world will govern itself. The more prohibitions you have, the less virtuous people will be. The more weapons you have, the less secure people will be. The more subsidies you have, the less self-reliant people will be. Therefore, the Master says, I let go of the law, and people become honest. I let go of economics, and people become prosperous. I let go of religion, and people become serene. I let go of all desire for the common good, and the good becomes common as grass. 58. If a country is governed with tolerance, the people are comfortable and honest. If a country is governed with repression, the people are depressed and crafty. When the will to power is in charge, the higher the ideals, the lower the results. Try to make people happy, and you lay the groundwork for misery. Try to make people moral, and you lay the groundwork for vice. Thus the Master is content to serve as an example and not to impose her will. She is pointed, but doesn't pierce. Straightforward, but supple. Radiant, but easy on the eyes. 59. For governing a country well, there is nothing better than moderation. The mark of a moderate man is freedom from his own ideas. Tolerant like the sky, all-pervading like sunlight, firm like a mountain, supple like a tree in the wind. He has no destination in view, and makes use of anything life happens to bring his way. Nothing is impossible for him. Because he has let go, he can care for the people's welfare, as a mother cares for her child. Governing a large country is like frying a small fish. You spoil it with too much poking. Center your country in the Tao, and evil will have no power. Not that it isn't there, but you'll be able to step out of its way. Give evil nothing to oppose, and it will disappear by itself. 61. When a country obtains great power, it becomes like the sea. All streams run downward into it. The more powerful it grows, the greater the need for humility. Humility means trusting the Tao, thus never needing to be defensive. A great nation is like a great man. When he makes a mistake, he realizes it. Having realized it, he admits it. Having admitted it, he corrects it. He considers those who point out his faults as his most benevolent teachers. He thinks of his enemy as the shadow that he himself casts. If a nation is centered in the Tao, if it nourishes its own people and doesn't meddle in the affairs of others, it will be a light to all nations in the world. 62. The Tao is the center of the universe, the good man's treasure, the bad man's refuge. Honors can be bought with fine words. Respect can be won with good deeds. But the Tao is beyond all value, and no one can achieve it. Thus, when a new leader is chosen, don't offer to help him with your wealth or your expertise. Offer instead to teach him about the Tao. Why did the ancient masters esteem the Tao? Because being one with the Tao, when you seek, you find. And when you make a mistake, you are forgiven. That is why everybody loves it. 63. Act without doing. Work without effort. Think of the small as large, and the few as many. Confront the difficult while it is still easy. Accomplish the great task by a series of small acts. The master never reaches for the great. Thus she achieves greatness. When she runs into a difficulty, she stops and gives herself to it. She doesn't cling to her own comfort. Thus, problems are no problem for her. 64. What is rooted is easy to nourish. What is recent is easy to correct. What is brittle is easy to break. What is small is easy to scatter. Prevent trouble before it arises. things in order before they exist. A giant pine tree grows from a tiny sprout. The journey of 1,000 miles starts from beneath your feet. Rushing into action, you fail. Trying to grasp things, you lose them. Forcing a project to completion, you ruin what was almost ripe. Therefore, the master takes action by letting things take their course. He remains as calm at the end as at the beginning. He has nothing, thus has nothing to lose. What he desires is non-desire. What he learns is to unlearn. He simply reminds people of who they have always been. He cares about nothing but the Tao. Thus, he can care for all things. 65. The ancient masters didn't try to educate the people, but kindly taught them to not know. When they think that they know the answers, people are difficult to guide. When they know that they don't know, people can find their own way. If you want to learn how to govern, avoid being clever or rich. The simplest pattern is the clearest. Content with an ordinary life, you can show all people the way back to their own true nature. '66. All streams flow to the sea because it is lower than they are. Humility gives it its power. If you want to govern the people, you must place yourself below them. If you want to lead the people, you must learn how to follow them. The master is above the people, and no one feels oppressed. She goes ahead of the people, and no one feels manipulated. The whole world is grateful to her, because she competes with no one. No one can compete with her. 67. Some say that my teaching is nonsense. Others call it lofty, but impractical. But to those who have looked inside themselves, this nonsense makes perfect sense. And to those who put it into practice, this loftiness has roots that go deep. I have just 3 things to teach: simplicity, patience, compassion. These 3 are your greatest treasures. Simple in actions and in thoughts, you return to the source of being. Patient with both friends and enemies, you accord with the way things are. Compassionate toward yourself. You reconcile all beings in the world. 68. The best athlete wants his opponent at his best. The best general enters the mind of his enemy. The best businessman serves the communal good. The best leader follows the will of the people. All of them embody the virtue of non-competition. Not that they don't love to compete, but they do it in the spirit of play. In this, they are like children, and in harmony with the Tao. 69. The generals have a saying: rather than make the first move, it is better to wait and see. Rather than advance an inch, it is better to retreat a yard. This is called going forward without advancing, pushing back without using weapons. There is no greater misfortune than underestimating your enemy. Underestimating your enemy means thinking that he is evil. Thus, you destroy your three treasures and become an enemy yourself. When two great forces oppose each other, the victory will go to the one that knows how to yield. 70. My teachings are easy to understand and easy to put into practice. Yet your intellect will never grasp them, and if you try to practice them, you'll fail. My teachings are older than the world. How can you grasp their meaning? If you want to know me, look inside your heart. 71. Not knowing is true knowledge. Presuming to know is a disease. First realize that you are sick. Then you can move toward health. The master is her own physician. She has healed herself of all knowing. Thus, she is truly whole. 72. When they lose their sense of awe, people turn to religion. When they no longer trust themselves, they begin to depend upon authority. Therefore, the master steps back so that people won't be confused. He teaches without a teaching, so that people will have nothing to learn. 73. The Tao is always at ease. It overcomes without competing, answers without speaking a word, arrives without being summoned, accomplishes without a plan. Its net covers the whole universe. And though its meshes are wide, it doesn't let a thing slip through. 74. If you realize that all things change, there is nothing you will try to hold on to. If you aren't afraid of dying, there is nothing you can't achieve. Trying to control the future is like trying to take the master carpenter's place. When you handle the master carpenter's tools, chances are that you'll cut your hand. 75. When taxes are too high, people go hungry. When the government is too intrusive, people lose their spirit. Act for the people's benefit. Trust them. Leave them alone. 76. Men are born soft and supple. Dead, they are stiff and hard. Plants are born tender and pliant. Dead, they are brittle and dry. Thus, whoever is stiff and inflexible is a disciple of death. Whoever is soft and yielding is a disciple of life. The hard and stiff will be broken. The soft and supple will prevail. 77. As it acts in the world, the Tao is like the bending of a bow. The top is bent downward. The bottom is bent up. It adjusts excess and deficiency so that there is perfect balance. It takes from what is too much and gives to what isn't enough. Those who try to control, who use force to protect their power, go against the direction of the Tao. They take from those who don't have enough and give to those who have far too much. The master can keep giving because there is no end to her wealth. She acts without expectation, succeeds without taking credit, and doesn't think that she is better than anyone else. 78. Nothing in the world is as soft and yielding as water. Yet for dissolving the hard and inflexible, nothing can surpass it. The soft overcomes the hard. The gentle overcomes the rigid. Everyone knows this is true, but few can put it into practice. Therefore, the master remains serene in the midst of sorrow. Evil cannot enter his heart because he has given up helping. He is people's greatest help. True words seem paradoxical. 79. Failure is an opportunity. If you blame someone else, there is no end to the blame. Therefore, the master fulfills her own obligations and corrects her own mistakes. She does what she needs to do and demands nothing of others. 80. If a country is governed wisely, its inhabitants will be content. They enjoy the labor of their hands and don't waste time inventing labor-saving machines. Since they dearly love their homes, they aren't interested in travel. There may be a few wagons and boats, but these don't go anywhere. There may be an arsenal of weapons, but nobody ever uses them. People enjoy their food, take pleasure in being with their families, spend weekends working in their gardens, delight in the doings of the neighborhood. And even though the next country is so close that people can hear its roosters crowing and its dogs barking, they are content to die of old age without ever having gone to see it. 81. True words aren't eloquent. Eloquent words aren't true. Wise men don't need to prove their point. Men who need to prove their point aren't wise. The master has no possessions. The more he does for others, the happier he is. The more he gives to others, the wealthier he is. The Tao nourishes by not forcing, by not dominating. The master leads.
This is how I'd learn AI in 2025. Watch this.
So this is how I became the most dangerous person in the.
I became so dangerous once I learned how to use AI to make myself so much smarter.
Yeah, I want to hear.
Oh, can I read my DMs for shit
Let me see. Wait, I don't even have my. Wait, you have.
Yeah, I know, City. I can tell you. Don't even worry. I got it for you.
To play.
Yo, no.
That's the thing. They're the ones that actually end up allowing humanity to persist on the planet.
We shall see, Cora, but ultimately it's a race between our own stupidity and divisiveness and climate change. You know, who's gonna get at us first? Are we gonna commit suicide, or is nature going to cough us out like a bad, like a lump of saliva, and you have a bad cold? I don't know. We'll see. It's got to be one or the other. Because unfortunately, nobody's got the guts to actually start a nuclear war. That will accelerate things significantly.
Oh, yeah, for sure. So we have plenty of novels that, map out the scenario. Usually something to do with like the center of the country gets like completely annihilated, and the coasts kind of maintain.
Oh, but what was it called? The day after tomorrow or something? Was the other way around? Like when there's huge floods, tsunamis, it's usually
Oh yeah. Well, that's
people
natural
in the
disaster. I was
Rockies
thinking.
that
I was thinking
survive,
nuclear war.
Yeah.
I was thinking nuclear war, but like, it's because like,
nuclear war. Yes.
Yeah, at least as far as the U.S. is concerned, most of our ICBM arsenal is in the Dakotas, and then there's also like a lot of stuff in like Nevada, and so yeah, if there were a surprise attack where they were trying to disable our ability to respond, that's where it would hit. So.
Well, I mean, if somebody's really clever, they just drop, a couple of nukes on Yosemite until it gets down to the super volcano.
On the caldera.
That's just gonna destroy.
Yeah, that's Yellowstone. Yeah, that's Wyoming.
Oh, sorry, Yellowstone. I always mix those.
Yeah, which is just
start with a Y.
Yeah, that's just to the west of the Dakotas. So.
Yeah. There you go.
So either way, it's the center of the country getting knocked out. But and then like even in cases like Man in the High Castle sort of scenario where you've got this. Of course, this is like an alternate reality of World War II where the Axis powers win. So you have a land war on the coast, right? The center of the country ends up getting emptied out too, because it's like nearly impossible to defend, and they just would not put any resources there, so just ends up being a no man's land.
Yeah, although I don't think that these scenarios are realistic, because I mean, even if like the Nazis had gotten the nuclear bomb first, they still, I mean, the population of the occupied people outnumbered the Germans significantly. There will always been, insurrections, whatever. It will never have been that kind of peace, where they could have done whatever they wanted, and they had already almost run out of resources anyway. So I'm not so sure how realistic.
I don't know. Like Joseph Stalin was a very successful dictator. He died peacefully in 53. He just managed to control his cabinet of people by randomly executing them.
Didn't he like have some kind of aneurysm or something? Like there was an HBO. I think it was a mini series. It might have been a movie. Well, The Death of Stalin. That was funny. With Steve Buscemi as like Khrushchev. It was just like freaking funny. I was laughing so hard during all of that.
Yeah.
Like I don't mind. Like I don't know what we're talking about. Sorry. But like
it's funny. It's lots of British actors that well, like the guy who played. I mean, do you know Harry Potter?
Yeah. What's his name?
Yeah, I can't remember his last name. It's Daniel something. I can't remember. Radcliffe. Yeah.
Yeah, but anyway, so the guy who plays the father of Draco Malfoy, Lucius Malfoy, this actor, he plays like Marshal Sukhov in the in that particular series that she's referring to. Very, very, very funny. Like when they give out, like they start, having people executed. This Liberia goes out and gives instructions to these guards, like quickly, and hands over papers to them. You kill him and his wife, but make him watch you kill his wife first. Then he goes on to the next one. It's like it's cruel, but it's hilarious the way he delivers it.
Teach him a lesson. I don't know. Like if I was I don't even know if this is the subject right now, But if I was like my ancestors, right? I went back in time, or you just look, or put me in that position where I was like with my Viking ancestors, right? I would have thought that raiding villages, stealing all their shit, plundering, and killing was perfectly fine and moral and upright, and I would have done it, because that was my tribe. That was our group
And
moral.
get killed while you're doing it so you can get into Valhalla.
Hell yeah, I would have so done that. So, yeah, and that's the unfortunate reality of subjective morals, which are the only morals that exist, unfortunately, for people like Michaela. Yeah, it's messy business. Being, state making, creating a society. It's all involves a lot of stress and blood and bloodshed, and I don't know. So, but Christianity has this history of bloodshed. So I don't know why there's this like focus on the family veneer of like bullshit ethics that have been like kind of superimposed on this barbaric religion that people believe in. Like there was no like focus on the family in the Bible. Like Jesus was an antinatalist. So was Paul. Like don't get married. The end is coming. Why bother? Why like? And
yeah,
it's like,
but when if Christianity had remained a minority sect, it would have probably retained that character and died out for that reason. But after trudging along for the first 300 years, it suddenly managed to achieve the impossible and turn the Roman Empire into a Christian empire, and then
I don't really see it that way.
The mantle of responsibility, you have to develop a kind of ethics for societies, etc., etc.
But Andre, it's kind of curious how you said that Christianity sort of won out over the. Like I see it backwards. I think the Roman imperial cult dressed itself in this like Christian clothing as it was gaining popularity, especially with the soldiery. Right before that, I think Zoroastrianism was popular. It's like a warlike religion, and they can get inspired from that to do their battles, and Christianity was gaining popularity, and finally they made it official. So I think that the Roman imperial cult usurped Christianity, and that should make you suspicious of it because it's basically paganism dressed in this Christian cult.
Yeah, sorry, Rivers. I don't. I've studied these things, and I can assure you it wasn't that way around. I mean, yes, the imperial cult did kind of come in a certain way, but actually it was completely Christianized. Yeah, and the emperors used to have two thrones, and one would be an icon of Christ, and the other one there was a sort of differentiation to the above. A delineation to something higher than them, which was previously not quite so the case. But we'd have to delve into that in more detail and have a look at that. But it didn't just happen in the Roman Empire. Actually, the Empire of Axum, what is now Eritrea and Ethiopia, well, Horn of Africa, basically, they adopted Christianity first before the Romans did. So and you had, don't forget that after, you had Julian the Apostate, so you had a relapse to paganism. It wasn't a straightforward.
No, even the Nicaea Ecumenical Council, where they were trying to get the Arian stuff out of there. He was reinstated as bishop, and then he still had a following. Like it wasn't like they
backwards and forwards for centuries.
Right. At least you're honest about it. This is what drives me nuts about Christians is they think that they open the Bible and every orthodox thing that was worked out over hundreds of years is so clearly just right there in the Bible. No one ever had to debate it. No one ever discussed theology. No one had ecumenical councils. Just amnesia.
I mean, like the Trinity.
Yeah, but that's just the Protestants who sponged and leached on everything that came before them, and just took it as a given.
Yeah, because everything seems obvious in retrospect. Like hindsight's always 20/20, right?
Yeah, I mean, just in general, it's like
like it's just in general though. I mean, you have it where it's like Protestants and Catholics will of course fight over like tradition about essentially like Protestants will say the Catholic Church was created at Nicaea, the Constantine that he created the Catholic Church pretty much, and then Catholics will say of course that it was that the church was established when Jesus said he gave the keys to Peter. And, but the problem is, like, which either one you go with, it's like you go back to the early Christians, they denied, like, you take, like, the Trinity, for example. They denied that Jesus was God, that they denied him, that he was equal to God, and even those who themselves first used the word Trinity or, triada in the Greek pronunciation, they themselves denied that Jesus was equal to God. It was a theory known as insubordination.
Yeah, the whole the first council.
Hold on, Roivers. I'm gonna take this first. Necro, there are no manuscripts, nothing that prove sort of early Christian opposition to Jesus' divinity. Probably there were a plurality of views, and they were under persecution and didn't have time to fight over these things because they were persecuted, or a tiny minority, and were kind of concerned with other things. So we simply don't know. And yes, you do see a development. I for one, I always say that the Trinity was only revealed to the councils. You can get anything from the Bible. What I've always find so funny is this discussion about the Father and the Son and how this, Trinity this, Trinity that. It never gets to the stage of Trinity in these discussions. It's always a binity discussion. Yeah, never gets to that.
They have them with a comma, which is like not in the original manuscripts, like definitely like a scribal edition.
You mean the comma ioanneum? Yeah.
The thing I will never understand is that why, like when
the church decided which books went into the Bible in the first place.
Well, yeah,
it's always been the church. All this Bible stuff is retrospective eisegesis by Protestants because they so badly need the Bible to be a weapon against the church. That of course was completely corrupted by the time. I mean, the Roman Catholic Church. But you had Christians in Ethiopia and India at the same time doing completely different things.
I mean, the thing I will never understand is how people rationalize that if you're like, you're explaining to like, a Jew is that essentially they were told in the Old Testament, they were declared, to worship the only God, strict monotheism, and then, to say that, like you have where it says declared that, there are no other gods besides me, that aside from me there is no God. Like the thing is just, I've asked them before, did Isaiah believe in the Trinity? And if so, why is he writing that?
Yeah. Yeah, well, evidently Isaiah was not aware of it. He was not aware of the promulgations of the councils. So, yeah, I think that's kind of, that's always stretching it a little bit. I mean, there you go.
Yeah, I mean, just in general, it's like, I mean, the thing is that you have it where it's like, this God, he punishes his people for not worshiping him properly. And then all of a sudden, though, that, he comes along and says, haha, I didn't really tell you that I'm actually multiple people. So.
Yeah, but you see, the doctrine of the Trinity is either misrepresented by Christians themselves or misunderstood by those who try to argue against it. Yeah, you don't even need. I mean, you just need to believe into the one true God. I mean, Jesus confirmed the Shema Israel, in his dual sort of his two commandments. Yeah, so that's absolutely fine. So you always have to see it in that context. there is only one divine essence. Even the Seventh Ecumenical Council states very clearly that we only worship the divine essence and nothing else. We don't worship the human Jesus, like the human nature, nothing of the sort. Yeah? Well, you don't even need to. I know Unitarians. To me, they're Christians, even though they're Unitarians, because you don't need to. The only prayer you really need to know is the Lord's Prayer. Yeah, that as a Christian. Yeah. Well, but I don't even waste time sorry, Necro, just one more minute. I don't waste time discussing with Muslims about the Trinity. They don't even believe in the crucifixion of Christ. I don't even need to go as far as discussing the Trinity with them. Because we already, even with the Unitarians, they will agree on this very fundamental thing of the death and resurrection of Jesus, for goodness sake.
Yeah, that was the one thing, like, if you ever see the discussion that Bart Ehrman had with Muhammad Hijab, it's like the lesson you get from that is the enemy of your enemy is not your friend, essentially. But anyways, yeah, it's just in general, though, it's like, I even take it from, like, John, where Jesus does make claims to, be some sort of divinity, but even then it's like, like, Jesus makes claims that make it, seem that he is himself, that he can't be God, because he says, that he of himself could do nothing, that, God is all powerful, that he can do anything, but Jesus is saying that of himself can do nothing, that he doesn't have divine freedom.
Oh, we can always get around that with the doctrine of the two natures and the two wills, my dear. That's not at all an issue. The real issue is where most people are blissfully unaware of this, is the whole binity discussion. Most people never get beyond discussing the binity before they even get onto the Trinity. And yes, you can get, the doctrine of the incarnation from the prologue of John, and the Gospel of John generally. Yeah, that doesn't, leave you with the Trinity. It doesn't leave you with the precise terms like homoousios and all that. That's the councils. And cool. Back in the day, like on the Pope, who basically came up with the definition of Chalcedon, Leo the First, Leo the Great. He very explicitly said, that the Gospels are on the four councils are on the same level as the four Gospels. This elevation of the Bible as a sort of separate higher institution above the church is a Protestant invention. Yeah. That's all it is.
Well, I think for a good reason. In early 1500s, I think Martin Luther had a good point to make. I don't think.
Yeah, but Martin Luther mostly argued from Thomas Aquinas's very strong emphasis on the freedom of conscience. It actually, there was two sides of the same coin, two different sides of Augustinianism and scholasticism.
Sure, yeah.
Andre, PTR. This is I suspect why I'm so fond of you.
Okay, who is this?
This is my grandfather when he was in his 30s.
Oh, wow.
You remind me of him.
Looking good.
Is he like 19 in that photo? Because everyone like from back then.
No, he was
really
in his
old.
30s. He was in his 30s.
He's like appropriately aged.
Yeah. This was right after. It was when my mom was like 2, I think. So my grandmother would have been something like 26, and he would have been 35. Yeah.
Oh.
I love that truck too with the suicide doors. It's great.
So, that's kind of a truck. so interesting, how people have different.
And let me welcome.
I
just want to see if I can interject. Let me welcome the guy who's took $5 to me.
Yeah.
Did you just say yach or ich, Cora? Those are my two favorite Hebrew words.
Both.
Well, I'd like to put to bed, finally, once and for all, that it is the atheists who are indeed the ones who don't like the book club. They refuse to participate in the book club. And essentially they demand, well, what they do is they inverse everything that a theist does. So they're really just on the atheists are the new untouchables.
Yeah, and the Trump White House, they certainly are.
Have you ever seen atheists, the way they behave at bake sales? It's bonkers, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, damn. We pay extra for all the baked goods. It's crazy.
Yeah, and also fetuses are delicious.
Yard sales, that's another disaster for atheism.
Yeah, we don't haggle. We just pay what they're asking.
Just tell me what it costs, please.
Guys, this is so funny. But anyway, I think if I was a clever atheist, I'd still pretend to be religious and milk the people around me, the religious ones, like cows,
Milk them.
Yeah, you just do like what where it's like basically like you just make a lot of money by saying that you converted to Christianity.
Oh no, that's depends where you are.
Yeah, do a televangelist.
Far more money if you convert to Islam. Listen, guys, I don't want. This is not mean meant in a mean way, but I've acquired so much knowledge about Islam when I meet Muslims out in the street in the cafe. They're so impressed with my knowledge. They buy me drinks like tea and coffee and stuff like that because they're so not used to like white people knowing all this shit.
I mean,
so my years in Clubhouse have really paid off.
I know that Robert M. Price, who calls himself the Death of God theologian, I don't know, he seems to have a pretty nice way of life for what he does.
At what point does a Christian or a Muslim, if they're really into their religion, do they finally say, you know what? I'm a philosopher. I'm actually not a Muslim or a Christian or a Jew. But what's that turning point or what's that silver lining? When does a dogmatic theist, all or nothing person who says Jesus Christ is the only truth and the only way to achieve immortality, at what point, do they drop the branding and get into...
When you become a male stripper, that's when it happens, yeah.
Are you projecting?
Sure, man, I guess. I'm hot enough to be a male stripper, how about that? Does it bother you?
Well, John, I can tell you that it's always...
I mean, you do have nice cheekbones.
No matter whether it's going from atheist to theist or vice versa, from Christian to Muslim, it's always sort of biographical bends and kind of traumas that cause these kind of things. You can always tell. If you give me 2 days with somebody and I can tell why they have the worldview that they have.
2 days, that's all it takes?
Yeah.
I don't know what my worldview is.
I'm trying to build in some sort of leeway here. Yeah.
Is there like a questionnaire I could fill out, like what is my worldview? I have no idea. Like I say secular humanist because I don't know what the fuck else to call it. I don't really care to like. I don't think it's important for me to go like, here's my little life playbook that I follow.
I want to take up that challenge.
I kind of wing it. Take up what challenge? What challenge are you talking about?
So if you could Just tell me my worldview.
Yeah, but you live like God knows where. I don't mean two days on Clubhouse. Sometimes that could be. No, I mean in person. You know, I'm really good with people in person, so I'm afraid unless you happen to be somewhere in the sort of west of Europe, it's going to be very difficult to do this.
Well, you've had months with me on Clubhouse, so what do you think mine is?
Yeah, well, you already talked about it. You explained everything to me. It was so unfair. Yeah.
I mean, that's just my narrative. I don't know if it's true. Maybe that's just what I want you to think about me.
No, that. No, that's not just your narrative.
It's possible.
Nah, I can tell.
All right.
By the way, who muted me when I was talking? That was kind of
I
rude,
didn't
don't you think?
mute you. I don't even know how to do that.
There are two mods in the room, and you weren't disruptive, so I don't think anyone had a reason to mute you, so maybe that was just a glitch. But if it happens again...
Yeah, Kat, I think it's interesting. I remember when I was like having a back and forth with troll comments, because I know it's like throwing logic at a troll is like throwing baloney in an empty tank. Wasted effort.
Well, I mean, I like books.
On the PTR.
Yeah, that's what it was for Halloween.
Oh, that looks so cool.
It's Jeff the Killer.
No, it's Eric Draven.
Oh, okay. It's hard to tell from the side profile.
Yeah, when I was Jeff the Killer, I used black spray paint on my hair.
So, Necro, do you think the government shutdown is all because they want to censor any additional Epstein files from coming out, doxing billionaires for their sexual deviant lifestyle?
I think that Trump is interested in any distraction, so I believe that this is part of it. But I mean, I think there's more to it, though. There's also, of course, people getting health care. That's a part of it. But I also think, that Trump's distractions from the Epstein files, which is why I think essentially that, I think the Democrats should be willing to open back up the government when, if they can get an agreement on the ACA being extended.
The ACA?
Because that will mean that essentially Trump can't use this as a distraction.
Got it. Well,
as if Trump cares. Nothing can harm him. Not even the Epstein thing.
Well,
nothing. He can do anything he likes. His fans are
He's scared as shit of the Epstein files. Like, any time that they're brought up again, he is,
he's watching fake news. He already...
It's not working because it was his own people he promised he would give this to.
Well, Necro...
I know, but it doesn't matter. See, the thing is, like, Necro, like, he has no obligation to tell the truth to even his own constituent, like his grassroots people. He has, in fact...
his grassroots.
He doesn't care.
He doesn't need to get reelected.
Well...
Like, the truth is a commodity, like, for the elite class. I mean, that's the thing. Like, all of the common people do not... Like, that's why he does it on purpose. This is like a condescending, wealthy person thing.
Necro, I file for Congress tomorrow.
You're in a situation where you hang out with this ultra-rich people. You'll see what I'm talking about.
Necro, I file for Congress tomorrow at noon. I got 1,650 signatures. We only need 1,550. And tomorrow I will officially be filing. So thank you for your $5, Necro. I hope to make you proud. I promised you that I would ask Trump to release the Epstein files, and I'm going to make good on that promise for you, little Necro.
And that you would ask him to drop the charges against Snowden as well.
Correct. Julian Snowden must receive a full pardon. Julian Snowden.
If Trump cared about...
Did you just conflate Julian Assange and
I did.
Edward Snowden into like one person?
I did.
Julian Snowden, yeah.
Well, I mean, Julian Assange, he already served his sentence, I think.
Well, he should get a pardon too, though.
Anyway, I already forgot about those people. Well, snitches...
I think Julian Assange deserves a reward, though. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah. I don't know. He looks like he's come out of Madame Tussauds, you know, a wax figure. Although, if he did cocaine, you probably could call him Julian Snowden.
Yeah, the only Julian I think of is Julian Casablancas from The Strokes.
I call one of the feral cats in my backyard Snowden because he eludes capture.
Hello, Matthew. Long time no see.
How you doing, Andre? You good?
Yes,
Yeah,
and
long
you?
time. Well, we've never seen each other, but it's been a long time since we've spoken to each other.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Indeed, indeed.
To be more logical.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. You're totally right. Well, how have you been? I saw you having a debate with a couple of people, but I didn't quite get what it was about.
Nor did I, to be honest. I really know what's going on.
Yeah, we're just here for shits and giggles. So, what do you think about the room title? Let's reset this room.
You're asking me?
Yes.
Atheist or theist, who's the most logical? I mean, from my personal experience, as opposed to like objective fact, my personal experience has been usually atheists are more logical.
Yeah, I mean, my position is that the entity that the position that doesn't multiply entities beyond necessity is the most reasonable position.
Yeah, but where does poetry come into in your lives? Where does philosophy, and the books? I mean, if you're
Amazon.com usually.
well, if you're an atheist and you say, okay, that book is just a superstition, it's an illusion, it's a hallucination, it's not real. Well, there's still wisdom and there's strategic advice in there how to best live your life. There's a lot of practical things in there.
I think there is wisdom in these books, but it's not the narrative in the books. It's kind of like why and when they were written and like the history of it. I think there's wisdom about the human condition, thinking of it that way, in my opinion, not necessarily like reading it at face value is
Well,
pointless.
the Tao Te Ching is not from a Judeo-Christian perspective, yet it still calls the Tao the eternal void, the now, the nothingness, the source of everything. So it's a philosophy. And if you're an atheist and you don't like philosophy, well then, you just don't like tacos or burritos, but you prefer pizza, which is your atheist pizza with pineapple on it. Like you maybe, I don't know, maybe you just don't like books.
John, you know how I feel about the voice.
You're getting your stupid little. Like, it's not funny, John. Like, no one thinks your little voice is funny. If you do some stand-up comedy and do that voice and see how many people.
Vote John Kitover, March 17th, 2024.
Okay, can we stay on topic, please?
You have to do your dumb little characters right now. Yeah, let's please.
Somebody's a little triggered in the book club.
Yes.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah. I didn't get that book analogy anyway.
Meaning that atheists are just disgruntled book collectors. They hate people's books. That's what I'm saying.
The problem is that we talk about theists and atheists, and from my experience, the plurality within each of these movements is so effing huge. Yeah.
Did he just say that we're book collectors that hate books?
Meaningless.
That makes sense.
Pardon?
Did he just say that we're book collectors that hate books?
Yeah. You hate people that like certain books.
Yes. Okay, like who, for instance?
I don't know. You maybe Christians that love the New Testament.
I got two Bibles. I have an Orthodox Study Bible and a HarperCollins Study Bible. I'm perfectly fine with the Bible. No shit with it at all, actually.
Oh, okay.
Well armed as an atheist.
I got two Qurans too. I got the clear Quran, and I have the NJ Daywood translation.
Is it glorious? Is it the glorious edition?
The Quran's one of the worst books I've ever read. Let me be honest. I think that is the toss up between the Book of Mormon and the Quran being like the worst religious books. Like so schizophrenically put together.
I'll say that even though the Quran is better written than the Bible, I will say that the Bible certainly does burn better.
Yeah, but you see, again, that comparison, it's like the Bible is a collection of 60 books or so. I mean, the only book in the Bible that makes the claim about itself that the Quran makes, that it's kind of dictated into somebody's hand, is the book of Revelation.
Like, I think the Gospel of Mark is is probably my favorite in the New Testament. Probably the whole. I don't know. Even I think that's
because of the maledictions or what?
Just the fact that he's trying to ask people who he is, and no one gets it. Like, his own disciples don't really understand him. He's just like suffering with this like affliction of being human, and also having to be crucified, and he's like sweating blood on the floor, and and also like you can read it. I don't know like what version you want with the extra 14 verses at the end or whatever, but I kind of like the as original as we can get. Just the truncated ending.
If you're an atheist, and some people want to perform rituals.
You don't feel like next time an atheist every time you talk to me, I'm just a person.
Well, I'm looking at the room title.
I don't write.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm talking to the room. I'm not addressing you specifically. I'm just saying that if you are a theist,
I know you're doing an annoying character. I like why you're doing this.
if you are a theist and you like to perform
I'm
rituals,
turn down my volume until he's done talking because he's wasting our time. But whatever.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I do like the sort of like cinema verite ending of Mark, where it's just like, okay, dead Jesus, fiend.
I'm just saying, if people LARPing,
one of the common theories about that is that it's just that the beginning and the end is missing. Yeah, like got lost. That's one of the explanations. At least when I studied theology, that's what they told us. So that's why we have 4 gospels.
And all you got to do is make up a new ending. No big deal, right? It's the word of God.
but don't atheists give theists too much credence for their LARPing? Because when you say what you're doing is essentially nonsensical and schizophrenic and delusional, you fail to see that they're actually trolling you by LARPing and doing what they're doing. So it's kind of like that quantum moment, that quantum leaper where you can run those experiments.
Boy, I don't know why we're tolerating this stupid little bit he's doing. It's like it never changed, it never evolves, it never goes anywhere. You just do the same shit. At least you're not saying hypnosis.
It's the same shit that you're doing.
But it's like this is no better, dude.
I like what Honey Badger put in the comments. She or he, I'm not sure if it's a he or she, but I think it's a she, I guess.
The dude, Honey Badger's the guy from California.
Oh, sorry, my bad. So he wrote theism, for the geographically and communally conditioned. That's actually, that doesn't happen.
Allegedly, he's a guy.
Well, I like it because it's true, actually. It's a lot truer than I think a lot of people who subscribe to a religion think. And it doesn't have to be offensive. I don't think, I mean, he may have intended it as being offensive, I don't know, but it's actually a really nice kind of short. I don't know if he came up with that, but it's true. Yeah, theism is for the geographically and communally conditioned. It's a good point.
Everything is so is atheism. Yeah, because atheism is in the end a part. I mean, the people that I know here on the app, it's actually a form of Christianity.
You know what? I think
it came out of it. Out of it that Western atheism is just a development of natural theology, of the freedom of conscience postulated by Thomas Aquinas. We can see this like a red thread, going through. And I mean, Muslims made their contribution as well by making all the Aristotelian writings available to the scholastics. So it's like it's all kind of intertwined. Yeah.
Would you say
one of Cora's favorite philosophers, one of them, Zizek, makes this weird point that in order to be truly an atheist, you have to go through Christianity and experience the crucifixion, God dying. It's all very atheistic. I don't think I would be like a hard-nosed atheist if I wasn't a Christian first. It's probably, if I didn't go through that shit, I probably wouldn't be talking about this. I just, like, whatever I was before, when I was 9 years old, I had no church. I didn't think about God. I just kind of, whatever, ate snacks and whatever the fuck I did when I was 9. Yeah, so, sure. Yeah, like the Age of Reason, all that stuff probably came out of rational artifacts of theology and philosophy. Like that's
the 30 Years War.
Oh my God!
30 Years War, because it was the 30 Years War that really made people, the educated elites, fed up with religion. I mean, Hugo Grotius, the Dutch jurist who wrote a very significant writing called Of War and Peace, and he, for the first time, he postulates that certain inalienable rights, based on natural law, he says this, based on that, humans had rights, and I quote the Latin, etiam si daremus non esse Deus, even if we assume that there is no God. That was a watershed moment, and it's all in the sort of context of the 30 Years War. Actually, in his case, it was the 8 Years War for the Dutch. He was Dutch, Hugo the Groot in Dutch, if anybody wants to look it up. And those are watershed moments, and they were caused by, think about it, in the Western Christianity, which have been kind of physically separated from the East for a long time. There was the unchallenged Roman Catholic rule for a very long time, and then suddenly you have this alternative called Protestantism, and that was already making people think it's not so unchallenged after all, and then the cracks start opening wider and wider in that dam, and then Enlightenment, and then Darwin and all that, and it's all gushing out, leaking out. But it's all interconnected.
Yeah, I don't mind that narrative at all. I don't think that we would have been as advanced in our scholarly pursuits if it weren't for religion. It's kind of like we wouldn't have chemistry without alchemy. I think religion is vestigial at this point, at least for me. I have no need for it, and I'm sure that I'm like everyone else. And there's a point where I think most people won't need it anymore.
Yeah, you have no need for it because you're living a good life now. But what if someone is
what?
That's a question generally for the atheists. What would you guys? Where would be your hope if your life was miserable and everything was wrong in your life? Was miserable.
I don't know.
So how would you? There's nothing after death in your life. Your current life sucks.
Is your life so horrible that you?
Well, I don't know, Africa, because I'm not
after death.
Yeah. I'm not in that situation, so I don't want to pay lip service to what I would do if I was something else. I don't know. You can say
good answer.
Africa, is your life so depressing that you really need something after life to look forward to?
My life is not so depressing, but my life is very short, and it's not fair, right? So.
Yeah, so why would we need to look to an afterlife essentially if it seems to me that if we make everything about life after, if we give more credence to that, it takes everything away from the meaning in this life that we have.
I'm just wondering how you get to it's not fair. Everybody has pretty much.
This is how I came up with it. It's
the same anticipated lifespan unless I get some
For
sort
example,
of disease.
The 2025, we live in America, wherever first world countries. We have it pretty good, but let's say you were born 2,000-3,000 years ago, living under a tyrant. You're enslaved, and they beat you, they rape you anytime, they do anything they want with your family. What kind of? And then you're an atheist. What the hell is the meaning of life. You're just gonna suffer all your life and
So,
die, and
Africa?
that's all there is to it.
So why would I give praises to a being who, allows people to do this shit multiple times, as opposed to me trying to do what I can to make my life better?
No, first answer my question, and then I'll answer yours.
Well, yeah, no, Africa, it's a big cope, right? I get religion is how people cope with being dealt a bad hand, or, they're on drugs and they find Jesus, or I totally get it. But I think that's a weak worldview. Like, if you're just turning to something supernatural because your life is rough and you're just clinging to some sort of
Okay, yeah, we're
And from an
focusing on
Eastern
that.
perspective, just adopting another aspect of identity isn't going to alleviate.
Okay,
your
yeah,
suffering.
we're
It's
wrong.
just
we're
another
wrong.
attachment.
I'm more interested. What do you guys?
Africa,
how
could
think
you
about
please
your life?
do me a favor and not talk over Cora, because she was making two recent points, and I really wanted to hear what she was saying. I couldn't
But they
understand
never
the
answered
end of
my
it.
question, Hans.
No, but give her some space, because I really wanted to hear what she was saying. Thank you.
Yeah, but I'm gonna lose my point. That's the problem.
I answered your
repeated
question,
the same
Africa.
thing.
I answered it.
Yeah, you answered. You don't know, which is I said that's a good answer, but I wanted to.
I don't think I would turn religious if my life was rough. I don't, but I don't know for certainty. Sure. How should I answer it? I'm answering as honestly as I can, so you can
Let me
move
get
on.
in the queue. Let me get in the queue next.
Well, I can tell you right now, Africa, that I'm currently having some experiences that have caused me to think about these things, and I'm actually quite happy that I'm an atheist and that I have worked through the things that I've worked through as someone that wants to live a life, without the looming thoughts or threats of Western Abrahamic religions hanging over my head or anything like that. So that I'm better off right now going through this as I am. I'm mentally more prepared for it. I'm not attached. I'm fine.
I mean, if I could speak to that, Africa is just that, when I was a Christian, I was just as, if not worse, in my mental health state than I am now. I mean, I had frequent episodes, and I ended up in a mental hospital. So, believe it or not, our mental health institutions, are filled with people who are themselves religious. And so the idea that, atheism, that there's a problem exclusive to atheism that religion does not have, is just not true.
All right, Southern, get in there.
I'm so sorry
I think
about these bad experiences. Sorry, Southern. Sorry, you go on.
Well, I mean, to the point of whether you're atheist, because Lord knows I've walked away from Christianity, even though I got saved when I was 12, but, left the religion because I had my doubts. And I figured out who I was. But when I figured out who I was as an atheist, and I was good with who I was as an atheist, I was still always looking for a higher understanding than myself. And that's where my faith and my religion came back to me, because there were so many unanswered questions that I can't answer as a human to things that are supernatural and beyond my own thought. And I attribute those things to what you would consider God. And that's where my theism comes in. And obviously it's completely specific to myself. That's my own individual faith. And I'm not putting anybody else's, walk in their life that they may be in an atheist like I was at one point in my life, but I think the fine line between atheism and faith and Christianity, or even any whatever religion, it has to do with your belief system and how you interact with yourself to the world. And there I'll land it.
Well, why does there need to be something supernatural? What's the point of believing in that? I don't really understand. And you said you were an atheist and you needed a supernatural.
Because the natural world cannot answer those questions.
What questions?
What's after now?
The future.
What does the future behold?
What does it behold? What does that mean?
Good.
Like, what are you talking about, dude?
I mean, Southern.
You want a prophecy or something? Like,
I think I know what you mean, Southern. But I have to tell you, even
no, Andre, I want him to flesh out these ideas himself. Don't help him. Like, you know. Okay, dude, you're talking to someone who like grew up in a fundamentalist Christian household. Has been an atheist since I was about 19. I always thought the ideas were extremely far-fetched and silly, but I liked going to church, and I'll still go with mom and stepdad when I visit. So I don't hate the church or anything. But I don't understand this, like what you think supernatural explanations get you. I don't think they answer jack shit.
Yeah, I mean, Brian, like seriously, if you meant what does the future hold, I can tell you right now that the near future and probably well out into the far future, it holds the physical properties and relational properties of a complex system.
And what is supernatural? What is like appealing to a supernatural answer tell you about the future that we're missing?
Because I find comfort and solace in the idea that it's okay for me not to understand something that I don't know.
But I think it's okay to understand something, like to not understand something I don't know. Like, I don't know where the universe came from. I have the intestinal fortitude to deal with that. I'm perfectly happy not knowing. I would like to. I think it'd be cool to know.
And that's your belief system, not mine.
You just said you said believing in supernatural things make you more.
What is your belief system? I don't get it. Anyway.
Can't. It's my belief system.
Yeah, okay, forget it.
I mean, you kind of have a freeze-dried, like, handed to you from someone else's belief system, and you're a Christian, right? I mean, you kind of have your little, like, book of morality and
freeze-dried through faith and walking on water kind of stuff, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's a bunch of mythology that didn't really happen. Yeah. You know, a lot of people have been deified and...
Roy Voss is an angry
to heaven. Yeah, it's documented. And actually people, like, followed...
And I read Marcus... I read with John. I read Marcus Aurelius.
I know that the Stoicism is so trendy with like alpha male douchebags. I know, I get it. I know, but they don't really understand it.
One of my new favorite toys is the rat.
You don't understand. Okay, this is the John Kitover Canada Congressman podcast. This is your friend John. Don't understand it. Oh, I can't read a book and understand it. What does this sentence say right here? I don't understand it. Well, you got to read it. Okay, we just read it. What does it mean? Oh man, Rabbi Casanova has a funny picture of JCC up there. Southern is here. Southern man. He's a Southern man.
Once again, it's the incredible. What's up, John?
How's it going?
Oh, kicking it. I saw they kicked you down, man. You were like, the Downey and they're like, oh, he's just gonna go. Dude, Royvik is like, or Roy, whatever the fuck that dude's name is.
Yeah.
Royvis. Like, he drives me crazy. I was on stage just then talking, like their idea of theism and, like, atheism is crazy.
Yeah, I know. They're easily triggered. Yeah.
I saw the 170 or what 1,175 signatures, and then your lady that did all the notarizing from the bank.
Yeah.
I saw that video. How's it all going, man?
It's good. We leave shortly to drive to Springfield. I'm gonna get up early tomorrow, probably like 6:37, and then we're gonna hit the road and go drop off those petitions and officially file.
Dude, I almost wish I was a Yankee for a minute. I would love to fucking knock doors for you.
Oh yeah, you could say like the district.
Dude, I'm the guy that would do that though. I love go talk to people. I mean, give me a reason to go knock on a door and be like, hey, have you heard about John Kitover? He's running for Congress in our area, and he really thinks these points are really good. You have a second to talk about it?
Well,
you know,
if
I'm
you
that guy. I am that guy.
Well, what you can do is, because if we do get on the ballot, we will have 3 months to campaign online. And so, having conversations with you on Clownhouse and X can be very helpful.
I'd have to get a whole new persona. Well, I will never be able to get around who I am on this app.
No, it doesn't matter.
Like,
I mean, this is for
I've been on here for too long. Yeah.
well, X Spaces, it will be a new experience and new people. This app.
Oh yeah, I've never done that at all.
You see any party hats in this app? There is nobody new. We've already talked to everybody. We've canvassed. We've circulated here. It's this party.
Well, I've got a party hat.
You do?
Yeah. If I join the room and I take that pink ticket away, there's a party hat behind that pink ticket.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, I just got this new account back. Remember when we talked the other day?
Yeah, you said you were done.
I was clipped. I was done. And then, like, it's like alcoholism. Like, there's clubhouseism. Like, I can't not. I'm addicted to fucking yelling at people.
Yeah.
I don't know. I need help, John.
Yeah,
I need the Tao Te Ching.
You do.
I keep talking too much. I keep getting away from the truth.
Exactly. You don't. You make this app into your mantra. That's what people are doing here. This is their talk therapy.
Oh, 100%. 100%. Yeah.
Same thing with Roy Voss. He's so stupid. He can't even debate, intelligent information. He just sits there and says, all these fucking losers who fucking do this superstitious bullshit with their fucking Jehovah God are just a bunch of morons. Like, it's such a waste of time even talking to these people. It's so stupid.
Yeah. I was trying to tell him, like, at one point in my life, I went from being a Christian, got out of the military, and became a non-Christian because I had my doubts about, like, what God was from all the shit that I'd just seen through war. Mm-hmm. And I had a lot of, like, coming to self and understanding within my own, like, atheism with, like, understanding self. But then once I became good and fine with who I was within self, I ultimately ended up looking to a higher understanding beyond myself because I knew that there was more. And he couldn't understand that there was more than just self.
Yeah. It's
and like, yeah. That was the problem. And I'm not talking about whether you're Jew or Christian or Muslim or, Taoist or a Zoroastrianism. Like, whatever. Like, your beliefs are your beliefs because you realize that there are things bigger than self. But, like, people like Royvis want you to be stuck in self. Like, and that's the honest truth of it.
Well,
like, if you're a Muslim, you're dumb. If you're a Christian, you're dumb. If you're a Jew, you're dumb. If you're an atheist, you don't believe in shit, you're smart. I'm like, is that really the only, like, profile that we can have?
Well, they're playing the contrarian game as opposed to the Unitarian game. And that's just the game they want to play.
So fucking beneath me.
It's not beneath you.
I don't know why I mean, some of the conversations truly are. Honestly, they truly are.
Yeah, but that just goes to show you that you're so stupid you're still talking.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's holding a mirror up to my face and being like, you're talking to yourself, you know that, right? I'm like, yeah, I know.
Well, I read in this verse, it said, what's smarter, the heart or the brain? It said the brain is so stupid it talks. The heart is so smart it doesn't need to. So, if you just follow your intuition, that's enough. But this app is really just for entertainment with schmucks. It's dinner for schmucks.
And it's, a happy distraction a lot of times, depending on which rooms I end up in. Like, some rooms are better than others, but it really is a happy distraction from my day.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I still go golfing, I still go fishing, I still go hiking on trails and shit. I mean, I get out and go do things, but, like, there's only so much stuff I can go do without having a job.
Yeah.
I need to go back and fucking work. That's what I need to do.
You need money.
No, I don't need money. I got money.
Then why do you want to work?
To occupy my time.
So you're bored.
There's so much of it. There's so much
and lonely.
Well, that's but that's what I'm saying. I'm substituting that like bored and loneliness with Clubhouse.
Exactly, because this is the lowest hanging fruit. It's easy dopamine.
Yeah.
You're basically
exactly.
You are Pac-Man, and you're going around it eating up dopamine while these spooks on this app, these ghosts that come out of a box,
chasing me around.
Exactly. Life is like Pac-Man, and this app is basically life itself, because life is all just communication.
My mom, no shit, there I was, 1983, so I was like 8 years old. My mom was like a super huge Miss Pac-Man fan, and because she liked Miss Pac-Man so much, she bought me an Atari. And the first game we got was Miss Pac-Man, and me and my mom would sit around and play Miss Pac-Man all damn night. Like, dude, but the idea of gobbling up those dots as dopamine is crazy. Oh my god. Oh. Dude, I was 8 years old, man. God, life was so easy back then. Go home from school and watch He-Man. Transformers.
I miss more than meets.
More than meets. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know, man. I'm worried about what the kids are going to grow up with, because social media has really fucked the whole game up.
Yeah, but, I have a book collection, and therefore I know that there will always be hope, because it just takes people to be focused and concentrate and to communicate with higher level intelligence information, as opposed to stupid people like Roy Voss and other individuals here who really are just wasting their time with no purpose, no objective. They have no goals. They're just fucking bored. They're fucking bored, bro. They got nothing going on.
Well, I'm bored, but I like to be engaged. He's bored and he just wants to be a dick.
Yeah. I mean, that's him, dude. But that's his problem. That's not my problem. He's got to live with himself. Like, I can't wait to get away from people. I need my private space. I need my silence. I need my joy. These people don't give me that. They just take from it. They just want to scramble your brain with their stupidity.
I don't give you your private space, because I sit there and watch you lay down on the ground and you'll grab one foot and then pull it up and then grab the other foot and then put the other one down while you're like stretching and doing your fucking bendy things on your fucking YouTube channel.
Well, don't just,
Yeah, people are watching. We're watching you.
Don't just, tell me what you're going to do. Show me what you're going to do.
No, but if you need help, for the online shit, and you actually give me a plan, I've got my my computer guy. He's got 3 of my laptops right now.
Mm-hmm.
He's getting all this shit off of 2 of them, and then putting them on my one good one, and reorganizing all my shit. But yeah, I'll go through, and if I'll set up my office, and I'll definitely do an online fucking I'll use AI.
Yeah, I want you to do. Yeah, I want you to create spaces and do fundraisers and talk about your military experiences, and talk about your political beliefs. I basically want you to create content for the campaign.
The fact that I've been a Democrat since '93, and I'm still a Democrat from '93, but Democrat from '93 is a Republican today.
Yeah, you're basically a hype guy or a promoter for the campaign. That's what I need you to do.
Yeah, I'm down, and I would love that dude that's the incumbent to come after me. That's it.
Well, tomorrow.
I won't even use the N-word.
Tomorrow, they're going to see the filing, and it's going to create some content and media, and I'll probably get, hopefully interviewed by larger media sources for filing or for submitting.
Yeah, I saw that one interview. You did with some podcast. What was that, about like 2 months ago
Mm-hmm.
or a month and a half ago?
Yep.
Yeah, I saw that one. That was pretty good.
Yeah, I expect after I submit tomorrow, I will have the opportunity to do more media and more conversations with journalists.
Yeah, dude, like, yours breaking a leg, dude.
Yeah, but I need your help because
it all is LARPing. Like
exactly.
you said,
It's
all acting.
it is
all acting.
It's role playing. It's definitely role playing because
Like, why do you think I said break a leg?
See,
it's acting.
Technically, all the politicians we have shouldn't even be allowed to be politicians. Like, because we are this military republic, it's individuals like should actually be slated and given opportunities to lead politically because, unfortunately, we just don't have leaders. We have,
we ended up with JD Vance, and Lord knows I love that motherfucker.
Yeah, we're lucky. We are so lucky. I can't believe they even won. But if you look at it from a psychological perspective, they played all the right cards.
Yeah, 100. And dude, the fact that I don't see Ron DeSantis beating JD Vance in 28. I really don't.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I know DeSantis is going to want to run.
Well, Thomas Massey might run. Rand Paul might run.
Yeah, but the idea that Kamala was vice president under Biden for 4 years, what did she do that made you think that she was the vice president? But then you look at JD Vance, and in the 9 months that he's been there, like, what has he done that makes you think that he's a vice president? That motherfucker has been center stage the whole time. Like, he's been telling you everything that's going on. He's like on point. He's answering all the hard questions. Like, there's no softball questions coming to this guy.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think like he honestly is going to be the front runner in 28.
Yeah. I agree.
Who do the Democrats have that would even be close to JD Vance? Besides Fetterman. Because Fetterman is my guy.
Well,
I'm still a Democrat. I still wish that they would have given me a chance to vote for Fetterman in the primary over Kamala.
But
I didn't get to vote. They told me that was who my rep was.
Well, the way that Mamdani and his campaign and the Democrats frame him is the same way that they will frame their next candidate, which is this.
Mamdani, dude, I do not like that guy.
Neither do I. I think he should be arrested, to tell you the truth.
Yeah. Dude, anybody that tries to think the way they do about Sharia law, like, they need to quit. Like,
Buttercup.
And all that shit going down in Dearborn, Michigan, good God.
Yeah.
You got the mayor who's a devout Shia, and he wants Sharia law. And like, if you go in front of the city council and you're a Christian, he's like, you might as well just leave. You're not welcome here. I'm like, what? This is a mayor telling a citizen that they're not allowed to be there because of their religious belief? I'm like, are you alleviating the First Amendment? Like, make that make fucking sense to me. These people are out of their gourd.
Well,
now I know all my buddies that I knew from Iraq that went to Dearborn, why they left in the first 2 years. I've been up there twice, by the way. It's not the same as when I was there back in 2011.
They were so thankful back in 11. Now they're so damn prideful. Sharia law. Make that make sense.
Do you know what the opposite of pride is?
Humility.
Can you think of a word that you can't think of the opposite of?
Depends on how drunk I am, I guess. But in reality, no. Typically, I can do the dirty dossy.
I'm almost sure that the brain, based on everything it listens to, you are literally calculating the opposite of what you're hearing, almost at the speed of light or the speed of sound. I mean, it's like instant. It's just about
The
instantaneous.
speed of thought.
Yeah. Which is like some type of word per minute, number based on
Oh.
how fast I'm speaking.
And I'm not saying it to be conjecture with you, but the speed of thought is an incalculable thought process on a level that you could measure through a speed of distance.
So what'd you do last night?
Like how many millions of neurons do you hit between thinking about a blue shoe or a red car?
Mm-hmm.
You know, like literally, you just made when I said red car, your mind just thought of a red car or a blue shoe. Like your brain thinks of these things like instantaneously, but like how many complete like synaptic clefts did you have to pass in order for you to be able to get to that blue shoe in your mind or that red car picture in your mind?
Well,
you can't measure that across distance and speed.
Mm-hmm. Well, those are like two very, definitive images. But if you talk about the Tao or even God and you use those words, those are such generic terms because it's a term for everything that I'm just wondering, like, neurolinguistically, like if you want to achieve enlightenment, it's almost like you need the words to get the program, but the program doesn't have any weight attached to it, and so it comes down to like a comprehension, which is really like the same word comprehensive. So, anyways, I'm just discussing enlightenment.
Two different words, but okay.
Yeah, close enough.
No, but okay.
Well, some people are so rigid on words. They're like the word police.
Man, woman, what's a woman? They're so rigid on these words these days.
Well, my mom made up a word. I was like, I forget. I often forget how, people I know use their imaginations to discuss things with you. And then you fall for their hypnosis and their imaginative thinking. And you're like, this person's imagination is not very accurate. So,
well, does imagination need to be?
For practical purposes, yes.
Well, so all law is specific then. Okay, I got you.
Yeah, basically, it's all fleshed out. It's like very new. There's nothing new under the sun, and everything is as it
Dude, you
always
know what
has
book you
been.
need to read? You need to read the Seventh Seal Quran. You would pick that thing apart.
Well, have you ever read?
Have you ever read it?
No.
Have you ever? Do you know what I'm talking? Like Morocco, the Moors, they believe in the Quran, but it's called the Seventh Seal Quran. It's not the Holy Quran. It's different.
Mm-hmm.
And the Moors are a very much different breed of Islam than the other versions of Islam.
Mm-hmm.
But you need to read it, dude, because it's literally the opposite of the Tao.
How can you be the opposite of everything? If the Tao is everything, how can you be opposite that? That's nothingness.
Well, well, that's literally the point.
I mean,
When
they're
I was in,
connected, but anyways, I'll take your advice. Let me get the link for it. I'll buy it on eBay.
yeah, it's called the Seven Seal Quran. You can get a used copy for like $5.
Okay.
It's as small as like the Old Man and the Sea by Hemingway. It's like 100 and something page. It doesn't take you a whole day to get through. But it's their religion. I had a roommate when I was at Valdosta State University who was a Moor, and like but I'm not black. I'm melanated, and I'm like, okay, whatever, dude. Like I'm like my dumbass redneck version of myself. I'm looking at him looking funny because I just come back from Iraq and now the military, and I was using my GI Bill to go to school. This kid's trying to teach me his religion to be a Moor. I'm like, nope, not a Moor. But dude, read it. It's a funny read. It'll teach you a lot about North Africans.
I can't find it on eBay.
7 SEAL, like a seal, like the seals, like you break a seal.
Yeah.
7 seal Quran. And type in Moor, MOOR. And if that doesn't come up, then I don't know what the fuck you got going on.
Just doesn't want to show it to me.
Dude.
Well, yeah. Have you ever heard of the 7 Pillars of Wisdom by T.E. Lawrence, 1935?
Oh, yes. Yeah. I don't recall much of it, but I mean, I remember vague despondence in my mind about it. Dude, it is so beautiful outside right now.
What's the weather?
What's the weather like up there?
It's cold now.
Right now, it's like 63 degrees outside. Like I got a long sleeve shirt and my long sweatpants and socks with flip flops on, and I'm like completely comfortable pissing in my front yard right now. Oh, that looked like fun at that bar, man. I like that singer.
Yeah,
The bar you keep going to, and then I see all the pictures with you and all the hotties, and you're doing all selfies with the hot chicks.
Yeah, I guess you could say they're hot.
Well, I mean, I ain't mad at you, bro. It's not like you're like taking, pictures with the fatties. You're taking pictures with the hotties. And then I watch you doing your fucking you're at the YMCA or something on the treadmill, doing your thing, fucking trying to stay in shape. You're keeping up with it, dude.
Yeah, that's the thing is when you actually film yourself, you're verifying and doing and confirming at the same time. There's no faking it.
No. I'm not trying to be like some weirdo creeper fucking like fanboy. I'm just like I acknowledge that I watched you do this shit and see you putting it out there, that you're actually doing your damn thing.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, I do it also because I want you to do it. I mean, I want you to film yourself, trying to optimize your activities.
I need to get a GoPro because when I go running or I go walking on these trails, because my trail walks out in the swamps are 5-6 miles. And I'll run across a Florida panther or something. I should definitely take pictures of that.
Yeah, I saw some.
Walk with a stick, and then you'll come across a water moccasin, and that motherfucker start chasing you. You have to slap it with a stick.
Exactly. If you film shit like that, that'll get a lot of views.
Oh, well, I mean, shit, that's a normal day fucking in Georgia.
Yeah, but I mean, honestly, I think you should bootleg Clubhouse and let the world see just how fucking obnoxious people are.
Yeah, quite possible. Let's start with the 3 months of like online, you know, door knocking.
Well, yeah. Okay, let's do that.
No, I mean, what first things first, and then we'll worry about all the other.
Well, what also
But like, let's get you into office first.
Well, what I also want you to do is on X Spaces, I want you to organize veterans. So create like veteran specific rooms, and try to start organizing veterans for political action.
Well, I mean, I am Chapter 1000 of the Military of the Purple Heart. So, I mean, I can like, there's not many of us in Chapter 1000. You know, we're oof. Like, I am the youngest guy by a long shot. Like, you still have a couple Korean War veterans. We don't. Our last World War II veteran died.
Yeah.
Like, you know, but now we're down to Korean War and Vietnam, and like we only got a couple Koreans left.
So if you create content as well, like if you could do a podcast Q&A with another veterans, maybe somebody you served with or somebody who has a presence. So when you get your X account up, basically I want you to be a journalist and start reaching out to people and saying,
Well,
hey,
if I'm gonna do anything with veterans, I'm gonna ask, why do so many of us commit suicide because of lack of mental health in the VA? And I would try to like start with that, because I think mental health in veterans is probably the number one like issue that I have with what the VA is not acknowledging.
Well, I would say that based on all my VA mental health experiences, education is just non-existent in terms of education.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's just not there. It's totally medication focused, and that's it.
Better living through chemistry, yes.
That's it, and that's just a lie. You have to have programming attached to the chemicals, otherwise you're still the anxious, horribly depressed, infant. You're not basically. You have to improve people's psychology.
Like my Goitis grandmother used to always say, if you always do what you always did, you're always gonna get what you always got.
Exactly. So I don't know. That's what I mean. It's possible like you can condition people, but the truth is, I don't think they want to condition people because there's unintended consequences to having people get smarter in a way, because you can't really get healthy.
Well, they're not controlled. They're not controlled.
Exactly. They're no longer the sheeple. You become an obnoxious problem for some healthcare provider. So.
Yeah, how dare you have an original thought?
Exactly. Shut up and take your medicine.
Mm-hmm.
Can't hear you. Shut up and take your medicine.
Dude, they denied me PTSD for 10 fucking years, dude. From 2010 to 2020, and they're like, oh yeah, you do have PTSD. Here's $200,000. I'm like, well, can I give you the $200,000 back? And you give me the 10 years back and give me health care so I don't ruin like all my relationships through like self-medicating through alcoholism because I get no fucking mental health care from the VA? Like, take your fucking money.
Well, through the VA, but I've been giving you mental health care for years now.
Since 21, yeah. Since my mother was still alive. I knew you when my mother was alive. Yeah. December will be 4 years that I've been on this app since you invited me, December of 21. Mom died in September of 21. But we had known each other on Instagram, and I used to sit there and like watch you meditate and read like in Marcus Aurelius. I remember that like it was yesterday.
Well, I have moved on to bigger books, bigger thinkers, more powerful magic.
I remember, I like it when you started reading Epictetus.
Those are epic tits, my friend.
Epic tits.
Truly.
Yeah. Oh, I like that song. So what's gonna be your theme song for your campaign?
It's a poem called On Waikiki Beach.
That's not a song.
Upheaved from chaos, through the dark sea hurled, through the cleft heart of the amazed sea, sprang mid deep thunderous throats of majesty, titanic, in the waking of the world, sprang one vast mass of spume, molten fire. Lava, tremendous waves of earth, sprang higher than the sea's crest, volcano torn to be written in cyclopean character, Hawaii. Here she stands, queen of all laughter's lands, that dance for dawn, lie tranced in leisured noon, dreaming through day towards night, craving the perfumed light of the stars lustrous and the gem-born moon. Dewy with clustered diamond, the long land swoons to sleep, the sea sleeps and yet wakes beyond. Here in the crescent beach and bay, the sea, curving and carving in warm shapes of dream, answers the love song of the lilied stream, and moves to bridal music, stern and free. The lion-shaped headland guards the shore, the ocean bull-throated evermore, roars, the vast wheel of heaven turns above, its rim of pain, its jeweled heart of love, sun waved, the eagle wing.
Yeah, you lost me.
Of the air of feathered spring, royally sweeps, and on the musical marge, watches alone the man, O sylvan shape and span of moonlight, reaching over the gray large breast of the surf-bound strand, life of the earth, God's child, man's bride.
This makes me want to like turn the channel.
The light of the sweet land.
Do you think that you just continue to say it like it's gonna make it better?
Well, you asked what my campaign
song
was.
Hey, listen,
it's a poem.
Listen, Jazzy, I'm not talking to you.
It's a poem.
Like, you know what? I know, but it's not a song.
Oh yeah, I just chanted it. Basically, I made it into a song.
It's not a song. The way that, like, because it had no bridge, it had no chorus. It was just a long conjecture.
Oh.
And it's a diatribe.
And
people get lost in. You go ahead and tell me what I was gonna say.
You said it was a diatribe, and people get lost, and then you stop talking.
I'm asking you, like, Trump has like the YMCA song, right?
Oh, I see.